second for folks to get on in here, and we will chat. We will chat. I got to figure out where I put my notebook. Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, folks. Good morning. Good morning. Folks, if you are watching me anywhere other than TikTok, say hi in the chat so that I can say hi to you back, because I won't be able to see you when you join. If you don't do that, and if you are chatting with me on Substack, I can't see your comments. I apologize, but it's a tech issue between Restream and Substack. So hate that. I need to plug this up. Titan, you got to move out of my way, baby. How's everybody doing? It's a lot, right? It is a lot. Good morning, Find Out. Good morning, Farah. Good morning, Carla. Good morning, Jen. What's up, MedRed? Good morning over on YouTube. Glad to see you. Good morning, Grand Rise. Good morning, Nisi. Good to see you. How is everyone? What's up, David? Hey, Carla. What's up, Kat? Y'all doing okay? Because holy shit, I'm feeling a lot of energy this morning. So good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. There's a lot going on out there in the damn world. Yeah, I am there. So yeah, I feel you guys. I know, I really do. I do appreciate everybody. Yeah. So we're going to talk about it. There is a lot to talk about. I don't think my image on TikTok helps at all. But it's literally there's so much to talk about, and it is all kind of tied in together. Hey, good morning, Yasmin. And yeah, you're exhausted. I hear that. Good morning, Beach Bum Wannabe. Yeah, that's true. What's up, MG Brock? Good morning. Hey, Conchita. What's up, Beach Bum Wannabe? Neuro Mama. Hey, Dirty Bad Bloggers. Look, Conchita is excited. Conchita came in. Happy Monday, y'all. And the rest of us are like, we're here. Good morning, Witch. How are you? Good morning, Hospice Nurse Shawnee. Good to see you. Yeah, MG Brock, I need her energy as well, which is probably why I'm drinking an energy drink this morning. Y'all will laugh at my mother. My mother spoke with me, I want to say on maybe Saturday. She was talking to me and she asked me, was it Saturday? Maybe she asked me, she said, are those energy drinks that you're drinking like in the morning when you're alive? And I said, yeah. And she said, are those good for you? And I said, well, and she said, wait, I didn't ask if they're necessary. I asked if they're good for you. And I just kind of chuckled. Good morning, Doug. Good morning, KT House. Melinda, good to see you. I just kind of chuckled. What's up, Veronica? Appreciate all your hard work. I will message you. I'll get the email and stuff to you shortly. You switched to loaded tea. Yeah, I jump around. You know what I mean? Yeah, spring is finally here, and I am grateful for that. I've got my windows open, and I can hear the birds chirping and all the good things. But I will tell you, good morning, Sue. What's up, tech lady? So listen, folks, I do have quite a bit that I want to chat about today, and this is acting really wonky. It's almost like I'm not live on Facebook, even though it says I am. But we're going to rock with it and see what we get. Good morning, Em. So listen, I want to make sure that I get to all of the things today, and I haven't even gone. Good morning, Sin. I haven't even gone and checked all the other things to make sure that I have everything that I want to have up. So I'm going to have to do that at some point too, but I definitely need to have a conversation. And we need to talk about Iran and Israel and what's happening in the Gulf, and the fact that we have a couple of senators going over into Asia and trying to good morning, Macon. They're trying to go over there and assure Taiwan that we are still vastly interested in them, and we are still dedicated to them. And so I want to have a conversation about that and the interview that I heard from those folks. Good morning, the one and only, and Jamie Cobb. So I do want to talk about that. We we just have a lot, you guys. I want to talk about the CDC. As you all, well, I don't know if you know or not, but the president of the United States has pushed off nominating a new director for the CDC. We have been without a director for the CDC since last summer. And that is quite significant. And you know, I listened to someone who used to be with the CDC and resigned and is now in a position in New York. And I listened to their concerns today about what it means to go this long without a director of the CDC, not to mention the substantial leadership vacuums that exist within many different departments within the agency, and what that looks like, especially as we have the new cicada strain the new cicada strain of C19 that is in 25 states in the United States of America at this point. And as we continue to have a very vibrant, I don't know if that's not the right word, but a very robust measles outbreak here in the United States of America. And so all of these things together just for me spell like a recipe for disaster, right? Good morning, Jamie. Good to see you. And so I woke up today a little bit more concerned around many things and not just one thing, right? Not just one thing. And then I have dealt this weekend with a lot of, oh, happy birthday, Jamie. We love that. Happy birthday. But I woke up this morning also after having dealt with over the weekend, just a lot of dedicatedly ignorant individuals who just seemed like intent on being obtuse and unable to hear and see and understand and comprehend the things that I'm saying quite clearly. And so, good morning, Roxanne. And so we are going to have some conversations around those types of things. And of course, that has to do with Israel, right? People are taking an issue with my conversations and my very directness about the state of Israel and the government of Israel and how I feel about the country and the things that it's doing. So yeah, I'm going to address that as well. And I invited several of those people to pop on in here today. And oh, Rob, I know that it's not in good faith. Like, I really understand that it's not in good faith. Bob, what is my problem with Israel? My problem with Israel is that they committed a genocide in Palestine. They continue to illegally occupy the West Bank. Over the weekend, they were firing live rounds as they stormed a university. They are using food as a weapon and have created a man-made famine in Palestine. And they continue to block aid getting into the country while at the same time not allowing people to get out to get the medical treatment that they need. So that's just like off the top of my head, the problems that I have with the country, with the state of Israel. So hopefully that makes it clear. So that's just like off the top of my head. I'm sure if you want me to take a minute, hey, Daraka, I can give you some more things. Good morning, Sherry. And if you all want to start with Israel in the conversation this morning, we can do that as well. Good morning, Joanna. Good morning, Sunflower Fish. Yeah, listen, I am not going to mince my words in any way, shape, or form today about what I think and why I believe what I believe, right? I'm just not going to do that. What do you know that's different, Bob? Feel free to come tell me. Good morning, Letty. So, Bob, I sent you an invite to the panel, Bob. Feel free to come on up. What do you know better than I do? Good morning, Kimberly. And you're not that much older than me, Bob. So let's don't do ageism, because I know people that are much older than me that don't know shit, and I know people that are much younger than me that know a ton. So I don't think that number of years on the earth is going to indicate knowledge, much less wisdom, right? There are some people that have a lot of knowledge and zero wisdom. So if you would like to discuss what you believe that you know more than me, feel free to come to this panel. I sent you a direct invitation to do that. So we can do that like right off the bat. Good morning, Allie Nicole. Guys, if I miss saying your name, just know that, hello, I'm really glad you're here. So just, I'm not going to do loud and keyboard warriors and really, really wrong as fuck today. I'm not. And you're either going to pull up your big person pants and get on the panel and have a conversation and talk about what you believe that you know more than me, or not. You came in late. What is this about? Redline, this is about all of the things that are happening currently in the United States and the things that the United States of America is involved in, both domestically and foreign, right? So some of the things on the agenda to talk about today are going to be Israel, Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the U.S., the 50,000 troops that are deploying, the bunkers that they are trying to get orders for, the lack of a director at CDC, and the president's inability to nominate someone. We're going to talk, you know what I mean? Like all of those things. It's all of those things. Yeah. So, yeah, it is literally all of those things. Good morning, Medicine Man. Yeah, it's a lot. So, and over the weekend, so let me just be clear, in this space, I don't have a problem calling out anybody for anything. I'm an equal opportunity call you outer, right? And so that could be if we're talking about an individual person or a country, hella Raja, then we're going to do that. I will also go ahead and begin this conversation by telling you that my political ideologies, my policies that I support, tend to be more liberal because I am a human-centered individual. So I care about human beings first and foremost. I don't believe that corporations are human beings. I don't believe that corporations and profits and stockholders should be put in front of people, especially not children. And those things tend to happen quite a bit in the United States of America, right? So I am not a registered Democrat, nor am I a registered Republican. I have voted both in my lifetime, right? Now I tend to vote democratically because their policies tend to better support what I believe about human beings domestically. I will also say this, that both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party suck when it comes to foreign policy, and they don't do enough. I am tired of both parties and this Congress being it's almost like the United States of America is a colony of Israel, right? It doesn't seem like we're able to think for ourselves and do what's in the best interest of this country. And so I'm going to talk about all of those things. And so that's who I am as a person. So if you are wondering about what I do or don't believe or where I sit, hopefully that just kind of sums it up for everybody so that you are clear. Okay. What's up, Amy? Hey, Carl. Good to see you. So that's kind of cutting it to the chase. If there's anybody that has any other questions, feel free to let me know. I see, Bob, you didn't find your way to the panel, Bob. I see you weren't able to do that today. Good morning, Coco. When you speak about the United States, it's a separate from America. United States is on its own America. Well, I'm aware that America is a continent, and I also understand that just in regular terms, when people are talking about things, right, a lot of times, instead of saying the entire United States of America, right, people understand that when I'm specifically talking about the actions that this country is taking and I say America, it's understood that I'm talking about the United States of America, because I do not speak for Mexico. I do not speak for Canada. I do not speak for anyone else except for the United States of America, right? Because that's the country where I live. I don't know what you mean when you say it's the United States actions and not America. I don't think America has taken any actions as a whole ever. I don't think that Canada, Mexico, and the United States have ever taken an action as a whole. But I think when most people have conversations about America, then they know that we're talking about the US, because they refer to Mexico as Mexico and Canada as Canada. Why does the U.S. send so much taxpayer money to Israel? Because you have a lot of members in Congress that are Zionists, and sometimes they are Christian Zionists, sometimes they're Jewish Zionists, but they are Zionists, and they believe that Israel represents the chosen people, and that they are, as Raphael Cruz told you guys, that that they are biblically obligated to do that. We don't send a ton of money to Ukraine, actually, for the individual who said that. So a lot of the numbers that you see that says what we did or didn't send to Ukraine refers to outdated military equipment that we sent to Ukraine, but not actually monetary funds. Actually, Europe has given more money to Ukraine than we have. So when you talk about the donations and the things that we have given to Ukraine, a lot of it has to do with like equipment, outdated equipment, things like that. It's actually not. It's actually not money. And yeah, and Kat, I think it's really important that we start saying APAC, NORPAC, J Street, and Kufi, because those four things combined together are the issue. And in many, many ways, Kufi is just as dangerous as APAC because they're not a political pack, so it's harder to track the funds. So Kufi started as a pack, but they no longer do their contributions as a pack. They do them as individual people, which makes it much, much harder to track. Yeah, so APAC, NORPAC, J Street, those are all pro-Israeli political packs. And then Kufi is Christians United for Israel, which is run by John Hagee. They started as a political pack, but they don't do that anymore. So yeah, so they're run differently and in a different way. So let me see. Give me a sec. Pulling that up just for folks. Mm-mm-mm. Oh yeah, this is the one that I had up before. Who was that seemed like you wanted to say something? Where did you go? CT 7567, you are welcome to 100% join this panel if you would like to. If you have something that you would like to say, then by all means, come up in here. Good morning, Ada. Good to see you. Let's see if I can open this real quick for you. Yeah. So the reason why, no, I don't see a question that you asked. What I heard you say was that I didn't have a source, and you said that my source was trust me, bro. So I didn't hear you ask me a question, CT. I saw you make an assumption in a slightly sarcastic, maybe even derogatory manner, right? But I didn't see you ask me an actual question. I don't think that you asked me for the source. Just saying. Yeah. I think it's just really important for people to be accurate in the things that they say, right? Because you're not. Like that. I just don't do it. I don't do well when people say something and then when you, no, what question? No, what I saw you say was source, trust me, bro. Did you or did you not say that? And if it wasn't you and it was somebody else, I'm happy to address them as well. But I thought it was you that said that my source was trust me, bro. Good morning, Jasmine. Hey, 2409. What's up, Josh? I'm just checking. Yes? No? Maybe? No, no, that's not what you did. So right after that, you asked me about the money to Ukraine, which I answered. And then when I talked about the money that was going to Ukraine and what a lot of that money was, good morning, Sherry, you then said that the source was Trust Me Bro. Yes or no? You did or did not say that the source was Trust Me Bro? Yes or no? You did or you didn't say that? Good morning, Red Pen. You're not denying that, so that would be a yes that you did say that. So do you think that you saying yeah, that the source is Trust Me Bro, do you find that to be something that is not being said sarcastically or insulting? Because it wasn't a question. Right? It wasn't a question. Why y'all thought it was all right to burn stuff in Portland again? I don't know who y'all is, and I don't live in Portland, famous dogs. It's really important, like if you're going to go into a room and ask a question, make sure that the people that you're talking to actually live where you're asking about things. Because I don't know who y'all is, and I don't live in Portland. Right? So if you're really interested in support to Ukraine, I would recommend going to the Kyle Institute. It's KIEL Institute. They actually track all of the support to Ukraine in a very, very, very extensive. You can download the Excel spreadsheet. That is where I tend to go when I'm looking for a breakdown on what's being given to Ukraine and how much of it is from whatever country, right? So yeah, I would highly recommend that. Yeah, Keel. I don't know what I said. Hey, Mary Shaw, good to see you. Okay, so give me a second. I just want to pull this over. Oh, good morning, Cheryl. Buenos dias, Richie. So the EU is over 81 billion and the US is at 47, it says. And that's just financial allocations. Military allocations from the United States is 64 billion. That's the equipment and things that I was talking about. So the total bilateral is 115.33. Yeah. But that's total. So this is over 3 years. This is over 3 years, just so everyone is clear. Yeah. So any other questions? Good morning, Owen. Good to see you. She doesn't like facts. She talks about false information. Mr. Fear, you know better. That's why your ass is here almost all the time. You have Dani derangement syndrome, Mr. Fear. That's why you're here all the time. Just, because Mr. Fear will sit down there and he'll chat, chappity, chap. What he won't do is come up on this panel and show me a single fact that disputes what I'm saying. That's what he won't do. Yeah. When you say it sounds like I've got pompous 2026, no, it's called I'm not here for bullshit and I'm not going to let some mediocre man in the comments gaslight me. That's what I sound like. I don't need you to tone police me. If you don't like my tone, leave. It's not difficult. Just put your finger on the screen and swoop right on out of my live. That's all you got to do. Y'all see, they doing it this morning. It's an early fucking Monday morning for it, isn't it? It's just wild to me. No, you haven't triggered me. I'm just not dealing with you either. Yeah. I don't know if you understand. Do you know what the word triggered means? Because typically when people are triggered, they're not smiling and laughing about it. This is not triggered, beloved. It's the wildest thing ever. Right, Amy, it is. And that's why it's a deliberate choice to be ignorant. It is a deliberate choice to literally just be 10 toes down while you are wrong as fuck, right? It's very, very wild that that's what people choose. You know what I mean? Mr. Fred, I don't think anybody said you're mad. Yeah. So I don't think anybody said that you were mad, Things that I do want to talk about quickly. So I put a video over the weekend and I want to make sure that I go ahead and cover it this morning. Who requested up? Oh, good God. Really? All right. So good morning, Mr. Fear. How are you? Good. Okay. So what fact did you have that I got wrong?
Well, man, do you find Trump guilty in the Epstein files?
What do you mean? Do you find him guilty in the Epstein files?
Did you find him guilty in the Epstein files?
I don't know what that means. Guilty in the Epstein files.
Well, his name's in there. Do you find him guilty in the Epstein files?
His name being in the Epstein files is his name in the Epstein files. What do you mean? Do I find him guilty of what?
Just the crimes that he committed.
What crimes?
Okay. Get that down. Mark that down. He's innocent.
I never said he was innocent. I asked you for clarity because you're not being very clear right now about what you're referring to.
Okay.
You said, do you find him? Hold on. This is what your question said. Do you find him guilty being in the Epstein files? Guilty what? Being what in the Epstein files?
So, okay, but you were on here clapping your mouth about it.
About what?
Him in the Epstein files a while back.
About what? What did I say about him being in the Epstein files?
You found him to be guilty.
No, I didn't. Not about anything in the Epstein files. What I said is that he has actually been adjudicated guilty in a court of law of SA. He's literally been found guilty. He has been adjudicated guilty of sexually assaulting a woman. And the judge, when the judge put that information out, the judge actually specified in his opinion that what he was found guilty of is the civil equivalent to criminal rape. That's what the judge said. So what you heard me speak about was what the judge said in the judge's court order where the jury found him guilty. Okay.
All right. So what do you think about the war in Iran right now?
That's a very broad question. Do you want to ask me a specific one?
So is the former leader of Iran compared to Trump, is he better or worse?
That is not a real question. Better or worse at what? At golf?
No, I'm talking about, is he a better president than Trump?
I don't live in Iran. So here's the thing. I don't. So Mr. Fear, ask me a relevant question.
I did.
No, you didn't.
You don't want to answer it because you have people on there that you follow that you're scared of.
What?
Is Trump?
Oh, dear God in heaven. Ask a real question, and I'm happy to answer anything. That's not a real question.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
it's not a real question, and I'm going to tell you why it's not. Mr. Fear,
you don't want to answer it.
You're not going to talk over me, and you've been in here enough to damn know how I run my panel, so don't be an ass.
Because you don't like facts.
So again, stop. Literally, stop. You ask a question about Trump and the Epstein files. I answered it very succinctly, very factually.
Yes.
I'm going to finish my sentence, and you're not going to talk over me.
For a minute.
I am going to finish my sentence, and you're not going to talk over me. You know that this is how this works. So next, the question that you asked, right, which is ridiculously broad, is the former Ayatollah, that's who I guess you're speaking about.
Iran president.
What's the former president of Iran's name?
I can't pronounce his name, but is he a better or worse president to women?
Oh, you want to know if is he a better or worse president to women?
Yes.
They're about the same.
They're about the same?
Yeah.
Okay. About the same.
Yeah.
Okay. So do women have rights in Iran? Same in USA?
They do have rights in Iran.
What rights do they have?
They have a ton of rights in Iran. They're one of the most, the women in Iran are one of the most educated groups of women you'll ever find.
Then why do they come here?
What do you mean? Why do they come here?
Why do they come to USA when they have such a good life in Iran?
Okay, so a lot of people go to different countries. Why do people leave the United States and go other places? Because we do.
Do Iran have pride parades?
I don't know. I don't live in Iran.
Israel does.
I don't care.
Why?
Why do I care? Why do I care if someone has a pride parade or not?
Well, I mean,
here's what I do. Here's what I know about. Here's what I know about.
You spit out facts that that you spit out stuff that you don't know about. You talk about.
I literally, you're not even saying anything that's factually based.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Israel has pride parades.
What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything?
I'm sure.
So let me ask you this question: here's a question, Mr. Fear. Is Iran illegally occupying another people's land and starving them?
Yes.
What land is Iran illegally occupying?
Well, what happened October 7th?
No, that's not. No, I ask you, what land is Iran illegally occupying?
Well, didn't you? I think they've been occupying USA for quite some time now.
Really? Where's Iran in this country?
Well, building mosque and coming over here.
No, I ask you, where is Iran? Do you know what illegal occupation means?
Yeah.
Okay, so define it. What does it mean?
So you're getting.
So what does illegal occupation mean?
Throwing that term, but see, it's funny. I'm thinking we're giving Iran in check.
So again, wait, you're not going to pivot. This is the question. The question is, okay, because you asked me about pride parades, right?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, asking you very succinctly, this is a very specific question. Is Iran illegally occupying another country's land and committing a G-side and starving them?
Yes, they have four.
So share with me what country Iran has illegally occupied and committed a G-side in.
It's called the Muslim slave trade. It happened way back in the day.
Okay, that's not illegal occupation of a country.
Well, that was before governments and stuff got set up. So we.
So do we? So now we want to talk about a slave trade, because that's not what the conversation. I mean, if you want to do that, then we can talk about the United States of America and chattel slavery, if you'd like to do that.
Well, slavery, yeah.
I mean, we could also talk about King Leopold and the 13 million Africans that he killed in the Congo, if you want to do that.
Yeah, but America was kind of slow to slavery, wasn't it?
No, they weren't. They were the first to coin chattel slavery. It never existed before the United States of America.
No, never existed.
No. Do you know what chattel slavery is?
Never existed. So,
do you know what chattel slavery is?
So American
do you know what?
America was the first slavery.
Do you know what chattel slavery is?
What is it?
No, do you know what it is? I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. What is it?
No, I know what it is. That's why I'm talking about it.
No, I don't know the term. Give it to me.
Right, which is why you have no idea. This is why you can't carry on a fact-based conversation with me. Because I'm actually literally talking about facts, and you are so just dedicated to ignorance that you don't know. You have no clue. No, this is what I said. You gotta listen. You gotta listen. You gotta listen, Mr. Fear. You've got to listen. I know that you are fearful of facts, but you got to listen. And this is the important thing that you need to hear what I'm saying. And you can't hear me when you're talking. So what I said is that the United States of America is actually who coined chattel slavery. It did not exist before the United States of America. And I am correct.
Oh, let's see. Egypt and Greece, Rome started slavery and stuff.
Good morning, Pentonton. Good morning, Jody. Good morning, Toop.
So, started slavery. So, I mean, but I find it kind of funny that you said USA started slavery.
And that's not what I said. You should learn to listen. No, I didn't retract anything. I literally said chattel slavery.
So, but I said Muslims were into the big slavery trade.
And I said if we want to discuss slavery, because that was not the topic of conversation, but if you want to discuss, but if you would like to discuss, because if you would like to discuss slavery, then we can talk about the United States of America and its slavery, which is chattel slavery.
Oh, chattel slavery. Okay, so.
Which is what I said from the beginning. Don't act like you didn't hear it.
I'm gonna be like you, like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean.
So why did you call me idiot, though?
I didn't. I didn't. No, I didn't. I said you are. No, I didn't. Would you like for me to repeat what I said? I'm going to tell it to you. Yes. This is what I said. I said you are dedicated to ignorance.
Ignorance. Okay, dedicated ignorance. So when a pandemic happens, do we, question ourselves, or do we go with, that one option only?
What are you talking about now?
When the pandemic happened, we saw the dumbness of America.
Y'all, I think he's got a list. That's what I literally think he's just got a list, is what I think.
So do you agree with the war or not?
So now you're going back to the war?
Yes. Do you agree with the war or not?
Agree with what about it?
Do you agree with it or not?
Do I agree with what about it?
The war.
What about it?
I asked you a simple question.
I know. And I'm asking you to clarify your question. What is it?
Do you agree with the war?
Agree with what about it?
Do you agree us going over there?
No, I don't believe that we have any business being over there.
Oh. Why not? Why?
Because we don't have a legitimate reason to be there, and it's not our fight.
Don't have a legitimate reason?
No, we don't.
Why do you think we're over there?
Well, what I can tell you is we're not over there for the United States of America. There's zero benefit to the United States of America in being there.
Do you remember Kamala Harris saying in one interview that Iran had blood on their hands? Do you remember that statement that she made?
No.
Of course you don't. I can bring up the video if you'd like.
I don't care if she said it. That has nothing to do with, listen, the United States of America has blood on its hands. That has nothing to do with whether or not we go to war. Yes, we do.
How?
Yes, we do. A ton. We were founded on blood on our hands.
Okay, which
Yeah, literally, in order to establish this country, we committed a genocide against Native Americans, and then we built this country off of chattel slavery. Literally, it is the foundation of this country.
Then how about we move to another country?
Well, then move.
Were you in this country first?
And listen, I'm happy. Did I bring me over here? No, I didn't.
No, I didn't bring myself. I didn't.
Okay, so again, what is your point?
So I mean, so you're mad at America. You're just like.
Did I say I was mad at America? I stated a fact about the United States of America.
So here's the thing. I stated a fact, and I have to bring up the video where Harris says,
I don't care what she said.
What? You voted for it?
Because I don't care if she said that. Saying a country has blood on their hands has nothing to do with whether or not you go to war.
It's still, but okay.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with whether or not you go to war.
So, let me ask this question. Should we increase the military budget or decrease it?
So, are you referring to the Department of Defense budget?
Yes.
Yes. No, so the Department of Defense budget needs to be cut. Yes.
Why?
Because several reasons. Number one, it's not appropriated accurately. It's not used in the manner in which it's supposed to. There's no oversight, and they've never passed an audit the first time out since their existence.
Okay.
Yeah. So no. Yeah, they're not. So like right now, for our people that are in the military, right? If you're in the military and you're just joining, you're gonna say you're gonna be paid maybe $25,000 a year. Our military individuals deserve better than $25,000 a year. That's barely out of poverty.
Okay.
And so for when the money, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. So the money that is currently allocated to our military individuals is not being spent in the manner in which it should. We have way too much money that is being spent on bureaucrats and agencies that is not being spent on actual people in the military, their families, their housing, their benefits. Same thing goes for veterans. Have you ever served in the military, Mr. Fear?
No, ma'am, but I had family that did.
Well, I have. I have personally served.
Okay. So
okay.
You're talking about like different. Oh, thank you for serving our country. Thank you. But are you talking about different branches or all get paid the same?
Okay. So have you ever looked at a military pay table? Okay. Well,
I mean, I'm just saying like.
Just go look them up.
Well, I'm just saying.
I literally went over this on one of my lives last week, and I showed people the actual military pay rate.
Well, I was busy last week, so I didn't really.
Well, you seem to be here quite a bit. You know what I was talking about a long time ago. So.
Oh yeah, but missed that conversation. But because I didn't want to add into it because I wasn't in the military. So, but do you think, by your personal opinion, do you think we should raise the age range for joining?
What you mean the way they just did?
No, I mean for like joining the military or. Like,
I know they just raised the age.
For like 21.
No, they raised it to 42. You can now join. It used to be 40, and now they raised it to 42.
Well, do you think we should recruit more kids out of high school or like 30-year-olds?
I don't think that we should recruit children out of high school. I think that the military takes advantage of impoverished communities, rural communities, and inner city communities. They go to places that are not well funded. And then they take advantage of those children because they either need a way out or they don't have a lot of economic opportunities. And so our military tends to take advantage of those people because that's who most likely joins up.
All right. It's kind of sound like the NIL deal for football now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not discussing football.
But so they shouldn't go after kids, and I've seen it firsthand. Some of my friends that come back damaged and not the same person. Do you agree with that? Do you think we should agree? Do you think we was longer in the war and after 9/11? Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Do I agree with what?
After 9/11, do you think we stayed longer than we should have in Afghanistan?
I mean, of course we did. We should have never. There's so many places we should have never been. Like literally, we were the entire country was lied to. Right?
Yes,
There were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. There, like, so that's not what Saddam Hussein had. And what we tend to do as a country, you guys, don't be rude in the comments, please. Don't be rude
that's
in the
okay.
comments.
That's
So
okay.
no, it's not, because it's one of the things that I ask for in this space, right? And so the reality is this: is that what we tend to do, and I don't know if you know this or not, but as a country, what we tend to do is we finance people when we can use them to our benefit, just like we did with Saddam Hussein, right? So we financed Saddam Hussein in Iraq to fight Iran while we were giving them money and we were giving them military intelligence. At the same time, we were selling arms to Iran to fight Iraq. And then we were using the money from the funds that we sold to Iran, even though there was a ban from Congress saying that we couldn't sell weapons to Iran. We literally did that. And then we took those funds illegally and then we gave them to fund some folks down the way, down in Nicaragua. It was the Iran Contra scandal. I don't know if you know about this or not. Yeah, but we did that, right? And then the CIA used that money to bring some sugar booger into this country.
Yeah, I kind of read a little about that, and I kind of think like, okay, it's kind of like the whole weapons deal when we left them in Afghanistan. What do you think about that on the way we left Afghanistan?
Well, I don't think that. So I think you have to go back to 2020, right?
Right.
If you want to talk about how so what do you know about the February 29th agreement about how to get out of Afghanistan? And so that agreement was made between Donald Trump and the Taliban. So, like, my first inclination is that we should not be making contractual agreements with terrorist organizations.
Right. That was my first indication about him. Like, it showed okay, maybe there's something up there. Maybe he's showing something. Like, we shouldn't make deals with terrorists at all. Like, no.
Yeah. And that was the first thing that he did. And the problem with that is that, I mean, because he also brought them to Camp David, right? Which I also think is asinine. And I think that spits in the face of our soldiers. But the thing that really bothers me about that entire year, from February 29th all the way through to him leaving office January 21st of 2021, okay? What bothers me about that is that we made this deal with the Taliban, and what was supposed to happen is they were supposed to not commit any violence, any attacks on not only our soldiers, but any of our allies and on any of our allies' soil during this time period. And every single quarter, the Office of the Inspector General put out a report. And not only were they continuing their attacks, not only were they were escalating their attacks, they literally were having attacks on them during the peace talks in September of 2020. Now, what's crazy is that we continue to reduce our military while getting Saudi Arabia to give them back their terrorist prisoners. So it makes no sense to me that we would reduce American troops while giving the enemy back their fighters. But we did that.
Right.
And we did that for an entire year.
Right. It's kind of like, we shouldn't have gave them that at all. We shouldn't have gave them that at all. Like, no, we're that's where his faulting point there. People seem to forget that. Like, if we're like the big bad dog of the whole world, we should have shown it right there. Like, look, we ain't giving your stuff back, but don't harm our stuff. Don't harm our people.
Yeah, the problem is that and this might be unpopular for some people to hear, but one of the things that bothers me about the Trump administration and the way that he runs the administration is he lets his personal feelings dictate what he does, and he will do things that damages the people of the country and sometimes even our military to get back or to undo something that someone he doesn't like has done. So it's the same thing with Iran, right? He pulled us out of the deal that Obama made with Iran because Obama made it. You know, everything that he did when he got into office this time, he
Right.
undid everything that Joe Biden did without looking at any of those things, whether the Inflation Reduction Act was going to be good for us, whether the Chips and Science Act was good for us, whether the
Right.
pact. So it's so like, to me, I don't want a commander in chief and I do not want a president that is going to let his ego determine what he does instead of what's in the best interest of the people.
Right. I understand.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, nobody can beat the intelligence of Obama. Even though I disagree with him sometimes.
I mean, I don't like everything that Obama did, to be quite frank.
Right. But I mean, but he was far more intelligent the way he spoke and everything. And I'm like, okay, that's the president, even though we disagree with him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he did. He managed himself really well. And there were concessions that he made that I think he had to, because I'm not an idiot. I also understand that I'm not gonna agree with everything that every president does, right?
Right.
So I don't like the way that he did immigration, even though it was legal. I don't like it. It's why he got sued.
And that was the part that people don't really want to recognize too, because he was more down on it than any president though.
He deported a ton of people, but a lot of people don't know. Do you know the mechanism that he used to do it?
I couldn't really find it.
Okay. It's called expedited removal. That's the piece of it, right? Now, here's the thing. Expedited removal was changed under Trump twice now. So expedited removal used to, and I think it came around in like 96-ish. Don't quote me on that. But expedited removal used to be a thing to where if you were in the country for 2 weeks or less and you were still within 100 miles of the border, then you could be deported without due process. And even though people were like, that's not constitutional, that's the way that immigration law was formed at the time, right? So he could do it because that was part of Title VIII. They could do it. It was a policy.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, my thing is, you're like a really educated woman, trust me.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I'm not lying. It is, and I come from like the blue-collar working side.
So do I.
And when you got yourself educated, you worked hard for stuff. And I just like to I come in here and get everybody riled up for a bit. And but no, it was funny because all the issues I'm looking at now, and the media is not covering the Roblox trial.
Right.
And I think that's a big issue.
I think that there are quite a few things that I don't love. I don't love the way that the media is covering things, and I don't like the things that they're not covering, right? Because we're not getting the full picture. One of the biggest issues that I have about what's happening. Okay, so like even today, so yesterday I got really irritated because everybody was like, oh, Iran is threatening US universities. And I was like, but hold on a second. That's not the entirety of what was said. And if you just report things like that, then people run with it and it escalates things. And the last thing that we need is for things to be escalated. Literally, like right now, I just found out, what is today, Monday? So I just found out a week and a half ago, my brother, who is 55 years old, has multiple myeloma, and he got it. He and I both joined the service during the Iraq war. So I joined in 91 and he joined in 90. And so he is 55 years old. He now has multiple myeloma, which is cancer in your bones. And he got it from the burn pits in Iraq, right?
Man, I'm so that happened, man.
Yeah. And so for me, the frustration is, so like my dad passed when I was 6 months old. My dad was 32 when he passed, and he had 2 tours in Vietnam. So where do you think he got lung cancer from? The Agent Orange.
And they're just now, and say it's like, oh yeah, let's just pay these victims down when they're older and they just forgot stuff.
Yeah. And so the things that bother me is that this is now my dad and now my brother that have experienced all of these things because of the military and in places that we should not have been. Right. We shouldn't. And so like, that's my thing with Iran right now. I don't like everything that country does. I also don't like everything that this country does. And I also know that just because we don't like the way a country does its people, right? Doesn't mean we just get to go over and start a war with them. That's the whole reason we have international law.
Well, I know, but I'm seeing this war. Please don't ban me from it. Please don't. The chat's probably get mad at me. I'm seeing this war from the religion side.
I hear you, and so and this is my thing with that, okay? Because I was raised Southern Baptist, right, neck deep in church. Here's the thing, this actually has nothing to do with the religion side of things, right? So,
well, I mean,
you're talking about Israel,
right?
I got you. I got you. But
I know. I'm not trying to overtalk you. I'm
I know.
Saying, like I've been doing a lot of Bible studies and stuff. I study into it, and you ever heard that saying, "The wrong's gonna be right, the right's gonna be wrong"?
No.
Well, I have many Bible studies, and I get with people that disagree with me
Mm-hmm.
because I'd rather have people that disagree with me than agree with me.
Right. That's how you learn.
So that's what's going to happen in this world. There's going to be, that's what I don't know what your belief system is now. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what's going to happen. The wrong is going to be right. The right is going to be wrong.
Except, and here's what I would say to you. Okay. So the way that I look at this, if we even look about it biblically, okay. So there are parallels to what is happening right now as to what we saw with Jesus in the Bible. Okay. So in the Bible, was Jesus for the church or was Jesus against the church?
He was for it.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Not the established church. The established church at that time, Jesus he had no part of it.
Well, yeah,
he had
wrong in there.
Well,
he's coming for his bride.
But hold on, listen. Hold on. We're gonna get there in a minute. But listen,
right.
back in the Bible, when we talk about Jesus Christ, Jesus
right.
was not in the church, not the organized church. No, he wasn't. And the organized church actually was against him. The organized church was against Jesus Christ. Okay, follow me.
They were.
Jesus, right? So listen, Jesus was friends with the folks that today would be considered the woke left. That's who Jesus was friends with. Right. I'm just telling you, that's who Jesus hung out with. Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's really important for people to understand that. So in the Bible,
how did he go to the woke left? But he spoke to everybody.
Yeah, but he wasn't in the church. He was not in the church. He wasn't behind anybody's pulpit. He wasn't in there trying to convert people to that religion. He wasn't. So you got to remember that Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. Woke has churches now too. So I mean, I don't
No. But here's what I'm saying to you. I'm just talking about organized religion as a whole. Okay. Okay. I'm talking about as a whole. Jesus was not part of any of that, and it's important to remember that when we're talking about the Bible itself. Okay, so in the Bible, Israel referred to Jacob after he wrestled with God. It referred to the tribes of Israel, which was a group of people. And then it also referred to a land. It referred to all of those different things. Now, let me ask you this question. The state of Israel that exists today, are you aware that they actually considered other places to establish Israel besides where it is today?
I heard of that, and I'm trying to find out if it's true.
Oh no, it's true. I can show you. Hold on. They looked at the Congo, Uganda. They looked at Uganda. They looked at Argentina. Hold on a second. Because so the thing that's, hold on, let me pull it up. Hold on. Because do you know how the state of Israel they even chose a place in New York.
Yeah.
So do you know how the state of Israel that exists today came to be?
Oh, because God chose them as his chosen people.
No. I said, do you know how the state of Israel that exists today came to be?
No.
Okay, so let's back up because this part's really important. And this part, okay, so I'll share this with you. I've already told you, I was brought up Southern Baptist, neck deep in church. I was taught and raised to believe that the Israelites are God's chosen people and all of the things, right?
Right.
And so working through all of those belief systems that were ingrained in me since I was a kid is a really challenging thing to do. I believe one of the bravest things you can ever do is investigate what you believe and why you believe it. Not just because somebody taught it to you, but how does it stand against the test of time? And how many other religions have you looked at, right? Because I've looked at other religions.
So you looked at other religions, right?
Yeah, I've looked at other religions, but I want to stay here really quickly first. Okay, so let me tell you what happened. So in 1917, we were in the middle of World War I, right? It went on from 1914 to 1918, right? Are you familiar with that? That's yep, World War I, 1914 to 1918. So in 1917, Palestine was under the Ottoman Empire, right? That's whose rule they were under. They did not belong to the British. They didn't belong to any of what would become the Allied powers, right? So here's what happened. In November of 1917, Lord Rothschild had sent a letter to the British Parliament asking for the British to help them establish a national home for Jews. Now, this is in Europe. This is not in the Middle East. So the Jewish people that are asking for this are Eastern European Jews. They are not the Middle East Jews. Okay? And so I just need you to remember that. These are not those folks. Okay? And so Lord Balfour sends a letter back to Lord Rothschild after the king has reviewed and met with the cabinet, met with the parliament, and they have said, you know what? Yes, we're going to let you do this thing. Now, let me show you what they actually said, okay? Because it's really important. And all this is in my link tree too. So hold on and I'll show you.
Okay.
So this has become known as the Balfour Declaration. And so what it is, as you can see, it's November 2nd of 1917, right? And he says, Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations. This part's really important because this is not traditional Jewish folks that practice Judaism. Judaism and Zionism are two different things. Zionism,
So what year was that again?
1917.
1917. Okay.
So here's the thing. Zionism is actually a political ideology. It has nothing to do with being Jewish. Okay. So there are Christian Zionists. There are Jewish Zionists. There's a bunch of different types of Zionists. Okay. So Zionism was already established and it doesn't have anything to do with being Jewish. Okay. But he said, okay, so we're going to give some sympathy to the Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. What's crazy about that is they didn't have the authority to approve this. Listen to this. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of the existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. In other words, you can't do anything to the Arabs that live there that aren't Jewish. You can't do anything to the Christians that live there that aren't Jewish. Those folks already live there, right? And it says, or you can't do anything about the rights and the political status that are enjoyed by Jews in any other country, because Jews live all around the world. And then he says, I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. So this is not something that the Jewish people desired. This was something that Zionists desired. And what's crazy about this is that the Brits had no authority to give away Palestinian land. It wasn't theirs, right? So the way that I describe this to people, because I like to just put things in like regular folk terms, because I'm from, you know what I mean? I'm from small town America. Okay, so follow me. Yeah, I'm like, no, we gotta. So this is what I say to people. I'll say, so listen, imagine if I told some folks that they could come to Mr. Fear's house and they could have one of Mr. Fear's bedrooms and they could have one of Mr. Fear's bathrooms and they could have half of Mr. Fear's kitchen. And Mr. Fear didn't know that I told them that, right? But I did. And when I brought these people, I gave them weapons to make sure they could be there and take the land, that take the part of your house that I told them they could have. Now, keep in mind, I didn't ask you, could I give away your house? And I didn't tell you I was giving it away, and I was going to give these people weapons and teach them how to use it, right? Now, what's important here is, so 5 years later, after 1917, in 1922, when World War I is over, something is established called the League of Nations, okay? And the League of Nations is where pretty much the winners of the war decided what was going to happen to the losers of the war.
Well, I know that part. I know that.
Yep. So they established the British Mandate.
Well, okay. I'm gonna ask you this question.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Christianity now than you did, like, when you're growing up?
Yeah. So I'll get to. Hold on. I'm going to get there. I just want to finish this part for other folks real quick. Okay. And then I'll answer that question happily. Okay, so then what we said to Palestine, what the Brits said to Palestine was, listen, you don't have the infrastructure and the ability to function as an independent nation in this modern world. So we're going to be your big brothers. That's the British Mandate, right? So the Brits say, hey, we're going to come and we're going to help you. So that's like me coming to your house and I say, Mr. Fear, your house isn't really built. It doesn't have like the best up-to-date plumbing and like the most up-to-date appliances and the best roofing. I'm going to come and I'm going to show you how to make your house like really, really great. I don't tell you that I'm going to bring these folks that I'm giving part of your house, but I do. I bring those people. They have weapons. All of a sudden there's little skirmishes because then they try to take a second bedroom and you're like, nah, get the hell out my bedroom. And you're fighting them back. And I'm like, yo, you need to have a truce, right? And you're like, okay, I'm open to having a truce, but they're going to have to stop trying to take more than what you gave them. And they are like, nah, I don't think we want a truce. But no, we believe that we are entitled to this land. So we believe, Mr. Fear, that we're entitled to your house because God chose us and God don't love you as much as God loves us. And now that we have all these weapons and we've been trained, we have the ability to take what we want by force. And then I go back and I'm like, oh, hell, y'all, listen, if these folks keep trying to take Mr. Fear's house by force, his neighbors might come and help him out. And if the neighbors come and help him out, we're going to have a whole war in the neighborhood. So maybe we should go make a deal with the other neighbors and give them some extra stuff to keep the neighbors from coming to help Mr. Fear. And that way, when we leave, if the people that we brought kill Mr. Fear and take the rest of his house, at least we can still get the oil from this neighbor's house. We can get the helium for this neighbor's house. We can get the minerals from this neighbor's house, right? That is what the Brits did with Israel and the Palestinians.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and this is my thing. The only other thing I want to make a point about with that is, so Mr. Fear, if you fight those people that I brought to your house that day, or if it takes you 10 years to figure out how to fight them back, let's just say for 10 years, as they continue to take more and more of your house, right? You're like digging a hole over here and you're making a weapon out of this and you are taking your time. But finally, 20 years later, you have the ability to fight them back. Are you wrong for fighting them back? Or is it not still your house? So it doesn't matter when you fight them back, they are in your house. And you never said they could be there.
Right.
So no matter when they fight back, you're not the terrorist. It's your house.
Right. I understand.
Yeah. And so that's where we are with Israel and Palestine.
Right. I respect that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that knowledge.
You're welcome. And back to Christianity, is that what you're going to ask me now?
Yeah. Do your views change now that you was with a kid?
Yeah, definitely. And the reason why is because there were things that just didn't make sense to me as I got older. And one of the biggest moments for me when I really felt okay with it, because it was a struggle. Let me just tell you, if you are raised, I don't know where you're from, but I'm from the South. Okay. Okay. So when we are taught Christianity, it is fire and brimstone. Like, yeah. So you're like, okay, wait, if I change my belief in something, oh my God, am I burning, am I burning in hell? You know what I mean? Like, it's really scary to challenge what you believe. Okay.
Right.
So here's my thing. In looking at other major religions, here's what I know. The teachings that are specifically from Jesus, what we would call, when I was growing up, the red letter parts of the Bible.
Right, the important parts.
Yeah, the red parts of the Bible that Jesus said himself. That same teaching exists in almost every major religion.
Right.
Right? If Jesus said it, you can pretty much find it in every other major religion. The other stuff, the stuff that Paul wrote a lot of it, by the way, but
Paul is one of his strongest characters in the Bible.
Right. And so for me, I'm looking at what Jesus said versus what Paul or Timothy or Matthew or anybody else had to say. And I also know that if you believe about Jesus, if you believe in Jesus, then when Jesus came, he said, you are no longer under the law, you are under grace. So
right. I mean, Archie, but I get what you're saying, and like the church was the church. Churches is more corrupt than ever nowadays, and we're seeing that.
Yeah.
Like the church I go to, if you work with kids, you gotta have a background check, no matter who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And what we established in Arkansas, I don't know if you know this, I don't know if you know this. We got some corn sites out because they were doing some dirty stuff. And now what you have to do, you have to show your ID to get on that site. Which I think is great.
Right.
And do you agree with that?
I mean, I think that a lot of, I was just watching, I'm a true crime buff. And so I literally was just watching a thing last night, and it was on, it was a particular elected official, I want to say in Arkansas, but maybe somewhere else.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
He can't run for office anymore. And all the things. And you see that. And so this is my thing, right? So here's what I know about Christianity and most organized religions, because it has to do with people's faith. So whenever you can take something, so faith is what we would call a core value, right? So whenever you can take someone's core value and use it and manipulate them to achieve an objective, whether you use it to create fear, whether you use it to control them, whether you use it to get them to support something that you're doing, it's wrong. We should not be using faith in that manner. It's one of the reasons I get really upset when I see the way Christianity is being used in politics today, because Jesus would not be down for any of it.
Right. Right. But I mean, I think, keep that out of politics, keep your people out of, it's just keep everything out of keep the stuff out of the church that you don't want in there.
And keep the church out of the politics.
Right.
The church should not be so, okay, so follow me. when you think about, yeah, Seraphim, I did already, but Uganda is one, Argentina is one. There was even part of New York that is one. But check this out. So, okay, so when I think about the similarities, so follow me. If you think about, you hear a lot of talk about Sharia law, which yesterday I was cleaning house and then I spent some time and I just dug in because I don't often talk about something. I won't talk about something if I don't feel like I know enough to really talk about it, right?
That's a serious subject there.
Well, so here's my thing, right? So when I started reading about Sharia law, what I found is that it's very similar to Christian law in the United States of America, right? And so listen to me. So because okay, so first of all, Sharia law doesn't necessarily mean because Sharia, the word Sharia literally just translates to the way, right? It's the way. So Sharia is the way that God would have people live, right? In terms of doing the right thing and living the right way and whatever. That's what it means. Okay. Yeah. So follow me. So Sharia law doesn't necessarily mean civil law. So the civil law and the Sharia law sometimes do and don't have crossover. Sometimes they do and don't go together, and they're interpreted differently by different prophets or ministers or whomever, right?
Okay, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you believe the Muslim God and the Christian God are the same?
I believe that God is God and God has many different names. And so what I don't do is I don't judge other people's faith. The only time I am concerned about somebody else's faith is if that faith is being weaponized against me or someone else.
No, I mean, I'm just asking you a blank question. You don't have to.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying. So I believe, so like for me, because I had that in terms of like really digging into what I believe and why I believe it, right?
Well, I mean, when you saw the signs of Marsh, went into Sharia law in the wrong way. There's two movies that I want you to watch. If you want to watch them, it's your choice. I want you to look them up. You got a computer right beside you?
Yeah.
Look up the Radical Life.
Okay. What about it?
It really talks about this woman in America and how she was raised in a Muslim culture, about the Taliban and how she infiltrated in America.
Yeah. Okay. So follow me, but hold on one second. Before we jump all the way there have been radicalized Christians.
Right.
And there have been radicalized Christians that have infiltrated our own country and other places and done really horrendous things, right? So, but I want to back up for a second before we get there. So follow me. When we are talking about Sharia law and what can and can't happen, all right? So I look right now at the United States of America and the push in many red states, right, especially with supermajority Republican state legislatures, and I'm watching legislation being put forth. Like, for example, the one in South Carolina is so it's so ambiguous in its wording that they literally want to be able to charge a woman with murder if she has an AB. But check this out. It literally even talks about an unnatural ending of the pregnancy, which could mean, because doctors have went through all this thing, it's so ambiguous. This is why you should not be legislating these types of things, is because what if someone says, what if a legislator says, or a DA says, you working out is what caused that to happen, even though that we know women work out all the time and work out all the way through pregnancies, and that doesn't mean anything, right? But what if they determine that something that I ate as a woman caused me to have a miscarriage? What if they determine that something that I did, or if I was in a car wreck and I was whatever, and all the things, right? So what I see in this country is the use of Christianity to impose really strict laws against women. And that is the beginning of the slippery slope that we seem to be judging other countries for doing, right? We talk about how horrible Sharia law is and some of the things that they practice, but yet they just executed a man by firing range this year, right? Like, what I see is a lot of hypocrisy when we talk about like what's okay and what's not, right? We think it's horrible if they want to make everyone practice and put a Quran in every school, but yet we have legislation that wants to put a Bible in every school and wants to put Turning Point USA in every public school, right? So for me, any ideology in its extremist form that is being forced upon people is dangerous and harmful and should not be something that we practice.
Okay. So, okay, I get you. So I think we should just do away with Bible stuff in school. Like, I think we should make it voluntary for like every thing in school and just let the kids get educated.
Yeah. And that's the way it is in many schools. But so this is my thing. A lot of schools. So if Sherry is in here, she'll tell you, hey, Janice, if Sherry's still in here, she'll tell you about this. Mr. Fear, it's almost been a year, Sherry. Sherry got on my panel last year. She was real mad at me when she first got up. She came in hot. Let me just tell you, even hotter than you today.
Oh, yeah.
And she came in real hot. And it was about everything. And it was about LGBTQ people. And it was about damn litter boxes in class. See, there she is. It was about trans people in bathrooms. It was about all the things, right? And she and I, we went back. I mean, it was heated for a minute. And then as we kept discussing and as we kept kind of like, we reached a place where we could connect. And then I said, Sherry, that's not happening in school. I said, when is the last time you went and read a school curriculum? When's the last time you went and talked to like an actual, administrator or a guidance counselor? And I said, I have 3 grandbabies in school right now. And I said, watch this. And I called my grandson out the room. And I said, Dominic, come here. And I said, you don't have to get on camera because you don't want to be on camera. And I said, stand right here. And I said, Dominic, have any of your teachers or your guidance counselors at school asked you, if you're gay or if you whatever? And he was like, no. And I said, have any of them asked you, like, do you want to be a girl or like, and he was like, no. And I said, have any of your friends ever said to you that a teacher is asking them, do they like boys or girls, or do they want to be a boy or a girl? And he was like, no, Tutu. And I said, so what do your teachers talk to you about? He was like, math. He was like, just like school stuff.
Right. I mean, what we do, some of our churches do around some of these schools here, we support the teachers, we support the kids. We don't put our religion into it. Mm-hmm. Like, we went to these teachers off at like their classroom, and we had like a nice like cross there and a picture, and it says, you want this or not, we won't get offended, but if you want this or not, it's yours for free. And they're like, okay, then we need to have one atheist woman came out and says, thank y'all for doing that. I respect your religion even more for saying that, for asking me instead of just forcing it on me.
So, but here's my thing is, what I would rather see is you all do that, but not in a public school. I don't think that we should be even offering it in a public school setting, because that's everyone's taxpayers' dollars going to that public school, and no religion should be going in there and offering those things, right?
But see what we did, we asked them if they wanted it, not.
But did all the parents say they wanted you to ask? Did all of the parents you know what I'm saying? Because maybe there are parents that don't want their children introduced to that. Like my grandson and I were talking last night. He's got one friend that is a Muslim. He's taking Arabic right now. Great kid. And then he's got another couple friends that are Christian, and then he's got some other kids that don't practice any religion, right? And what I love about all of that is the way that they have conversations, and the way that he and I have conversations is like one of his friends is, listen, they are Bible thumpers. They are, hands down. And they invited my grandson to a youth thing, right? And so we said, yeah, you can go. If you want to go, you can go. And so he went, and he was listening to the preacher and all these things. And, of course, they had like fun activities for the kids and all of that. And he came back and he said, Tutu, so I don't I don't understand. And I said, what is it that you don't understand? And he was like, so like okay, so why do we just like people are just going to go to hell if they don't believe the way that they believe? And I said, well, that's what they believe. Yeah. If they're not saved, if they are not saved, they're going to go to hell. That's what the faith is it not?
But many Christians won't end up in heaven either.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, I'm aware. Matthew 7, right? Matthew 7, that whole chapter, when you get down around verse 21, 22, it gets really great, right? It gets really great when it says, get thee away from me. I know you not. But didn't we do this in your name?
Well, okay. Well, how do you describe lust in the Bible?
So I think what's important to remember is that we use the word lust. And what I know about Hebrew language and Greek language, sometimes there's not even a great English language to represent what is meant. So like wine in the Bible, depending upon what word was used, it can mean 7 different things, right? And not all of them were alcoholic. And so for me, just a lot of people think gluttony is just about food. It's not. Gluttony can be wealth and riches.
Well, yes. Well, I mean, I think like how do you describe sin? How do you describe it?
So I usually don't. Because I think, okay, let me give you an example. Okay, so you've been in here, so I curse.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I will say fuck in a heartbeat, and for me, that is not sin. And the reason it's not sin is because the word fuck is not in the Bible anywhere, and I'm not cursing you when I'm saying it, right? You can curse someone and say something completely fine. I'm gonna give you an example. One day I was at my mom's house and my mom got real mad and she said, sugar. And I said, you just said shit. In your heart, you said the intent of your heart was the meaning of shit. The way you said it, you just chose sugar so that it sounded better and it made you feel better. But the intent of thine heart, beloved, was to curse. And so it doesn't matter the word that you use, right? It is the intent of the heart. And so for me, sin has nothing to do with if I say fuck or not, right?
I mean, okay, let me give you a best description. Temptation and sin. Like, here's how I describe it. Temptation and stuff. You ever, like Eskimos, like Alaska or Antarctica Eskimos?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I read one of their stories how they keep wolves and stuff away from their camps and stuff like that. How some people do when they work in conditions like this. Well, they get a knife and they dip it in blood. Keep dipping it, let it freeze. What does the wolf do when it licks the knife?
Hold on one second. So I have to do this. I have to do this just because I want to let everybody know. So because you may not know. So Eskimo is considered to be a slur. Okay. And so if you don't know, because some of them are Inuit, some of them are different, but I would just say Alaska Native, and that way it's a blanket coverage of the word. Okay, I would just say I know he didn't know, you guys. I know he didn't know, but yeah, I know you didn't know. That's why I didn't take it anything. What are you asking? I need to go. Okay, sorry.
Well, that's okay.
So you're talking to me about my daughter was messaging me about getting the girls off the bus. Okay, so you were talking about the knife and the blood and what happened?
Well, the temptation and sin, how people get into sin and temptation. The temptation's there,
Mm-hmm.
The wolf smells the blood on that knife.
Mm-hmm.
Smells it. Don't know it's a knife. Don't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what's causing. Well, the wolf goes over there because it's drawn the blood. It's just drawn to it. So he's beginning to lick the knife.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know there's a knife under there. So as he's licking it, he gets more and more and more and more addicted to it. So what happens to his brain? He don't know that his tongue's being destroyed. So that's the same thing happens to us.
So I think that it's different. So
Wow.
And I'll tell you. So I talk about it from a biblical perspective, right? So when Jesus ascended into heaven, right? Be respectful in the comments, folks. So when Jesus ascended into heaven, what did he say he was leaving with us, in us?
Salvation.
Nope. What did he say he was going to leave with us? Since he is leaving and we no longer have him on the earth, what did he leave inside of each of us?
All right.
The Holy Spirit. He left the Spirit. He left the Holy Spirit, right? And so the Holy Spirit is the discernment, right?
So,
And
but see, here's the thing. Do you use, because I find this really funny, not to be mean or anything, I think people use religion sometimes to get what they want.
mm-hmm.
It's not just like fame and stuff. You ever hear a celebrity, oh, well, there's a Christian today. Like, why is that? We've never been a Christian, but now why is that is?
Right. Yeah. But so what I'm talking about here is when we talk about like sin, we were on the conversation of what is sin. And so what I believe about that is that it is the Holy Spirit in you is what lets you know what is sin for you. Right.
But do you have a choice to go with it or not?
Of course. Always.
You choose.
Well, so that's the thing. So so there's actually a Native American. So, but there's
you have to suffer the consequences no matter what.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. But that's also why you have grace, right?
Right. Why would you go against somebody that actually took you and created you inside your mother's womb and go against somebody who created you?
Yeah, but that's not the same thing as talking about sin or salvation. Yeah. That's not the same. It's not the same.
Yes.
Well,
salvation and sin is still the same.
No.
You know why? I'm still gonna sin, even though I'm saved. I'm not a perfect.
Right.
Christian.
Right.
So why do I not follow God's orders? Because I might believe there's a God, but will I obey God to get to heaven? But because of the end, because He will judge everybody.
But again, okay, so we're talking about two different things. So I know, so if you remember Paul talking in the Bible, and Paul said that he wanted all of Rome to be saved. Why did he say that? Paul said he was saying that he wanted all of Rome to be saved because the Romans had become so interested in following the man-made rules of religion that they were not getting the Christian part of Christianity and the things that Jesus taught. And what you have is that existing today, where many people will follow the man-made rules of religion, where they say the right thing. They'll even show up in church every Sunday morning, but they are not living a Christ-like life in their everyday actions. And here's my thing: if out of your mouth you are speaking hatred and you are celebrating the unaliving of other people, and you are condemning other people, and you are finding joy in their pain, that's not Christ-like.
Okay, so you mentioned earlier, so how do you do that point? So you mentioned God would be to the woke left, right?
Well, I said that's what the equivalent would have been.
Okay, so,
yeah.
So you said celebrating of people's death, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how many pictures have I seen people of Charlie Kirk imitating his death?
Yeah, and I don't think that that's right either. So you can ask.
Was that the woke left?
Yeah, but do you know how many people I see?
Why would God hang with them if they're celebrating death?
So listen, it doesn't mean you hang with everybody that's in the group. I am talking about from an ideology perspective.
See, that's the thing. But see, if a Christian does it, if a Christian unalives somebody, they hold them more accountable. Like, oh, you're a Christian. So
and I'm going to tell you why. Let me tell you why. Here's the difference.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
When a Christian does it, they hold on to a higher level. But when somebody does it, when somebody's not Christian that does it, like, oh, we don't care about that. So wait a minute. You know, that's what Christians were talking about. Don't be that person that already does it and stuff. So Christian already does it, and they're like, oh, they're the same as that person that.
So
that does it.
let me share with you the difference. Okay, so follow me. If you don't tell me, if you do not ever say to me, I'm an expert pilot, I am not going to expect for you to know how to fly a plane, right? But if you put on across all your social media, Christ first, conservative, Christian, that's what you lead with in all of the things, right? Then absolutely I'm going to hold you to the standards which you say you live by.
I'm glad you do that.
Right? So follow me. And this is my thing. So I don't think anyone should be celebrating anybody's death, right? And yeah, I mean, I see people doing it all the time. I mean, you look just the other day, Donald Trump said that he was glad that Robert Mueller was dead. He literally celebrated that man's unaliving, right?
I think that was right. I mean, trust me.
And so this is my thing, right? So I don't find joy in anybody's pain or in their suffering. To me, that absolutely has nothing to do with whether or not I'm a Christian or not a Christian or whatever. It's just the way I want to be. It's just the type of person I desire to be in this life. And I think that's really, really important, right? Is that people figure out who they want to be. So for me, when I look at religion, the only thing I care about in your religion is if it has you come from a place of love or a place of fear and anger, right? Is your religion being weaponized against other people? And to circling back around to you guys going to the school and offering them a cross and things like that, would you feel the same way if that was a group of Muslims going to that same school offering them a Quran?
No.
Why not?
I feel the same. I was open to that. I wouldn't care.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people that would. There are a lot of people that would. Or if people went in and they were offering the little Wicca symbol, right?
They tried that before too, just like, oh, really.
But this is my point, right? Is that religion should not be in public school systems at all. We shouldn't be offering it in a public school system at all. It has no place in a school system.
But what if? Here's the thing. Say that happens. And what if a kid brings a Bible to school?
I mean, then a kid just brings a Bible to school. That's not the same thing as offering it to a teacher who is in a position of authority that has influence. And I doubt very seriously that child is going to be saying, hey, can I teach all my friends the Bible? They can keep their Bible in their book bag, but just like anything else that you bring to school, it doesn't have a place in the classroom.
But here's the thing. What if a kid that's transgender there and or something like in their early teenage years or whatever, he says, well, how many genders do you believe in? He says 2. Now, what if that kid gets offended and goes to the principal and reports that kids were bullying? How would you find that?
Well, but that's not bullying, right? If you ask someone a question, that's not bullying.
Right.
Follow me, right? And those things happen all the time regardless. But that's not a conversation. So let me just if I'm being like real frank, kids today don't give a shit about other kids' gender or sex or whatever. They don't care. It's typically the parents that are concerned about that because the kids don't care. Kids are not sitting around. Listen, the same way I grew up in the 70s and 80s, y'all, 70s, 80s, 90s, right? And in the 80s, nobody, like, especially in the early 80s, and then once the epidemic hit, right? It was not a popular thing to come out. But we all knew who was gay. mostly, right? Whether they said it or not, you knew, you knew who was, and you didn't care. You didn't care.
So
You didn't, but we knew, right? We knew.
Right.
And so this is my thing. So the same thing exists today. It's not an issue. And the only people making it an issue are people that are weaponizing Christianity to make it an issue. Gay people, trans people, they have been around in existence since the beginning of time. There are tribes around the world that don't even believe in genders. They don't even refer to it. Genders is a social construct. People hate it when we talk about that, but it's true. Genders are hold on, let me finish. Sex is not a social construct, and there's still not just two of them. I wish you had been here the one day. So I had a neonatologist on my panel. So I have a very special very special place in my heart for neonatologists, because my middle grandchild was born at 26 weeks, weighing 1 pound, 3 ounces. Okay. She was in a NICU for 91 days. Okay. And so I had a neonatologist that was on my panel. This was before the 2024 election. And we were having this conversation about how incorrect people are, that there are even two genders or two sexes, because we know that that's just simply not the case. All right. We simplify it because it's the most common occurrence. Okay. So most people are commonly, like the sex that is chosen is they most commonly show up with an XX or an XY chromosome, and they will have the genetics, the hormones, and the biology, the anatomic makeup that aligns with that particular chromosome structure, right? So
after the kid comes out of the womb, or before?
No, before, like the entirety of like when they're born, right? When they're born. So so let me ask you this question. Have you ever heard of DSD, or intersex individuals?
Yes.
Okay. So follow me. And I'm not talking about hermaphrodites, folks. So listen, when we talk about how people show up in the world, it's just like nature. The same way that we have animals and things that change sex in nature, the same way that we have them that are asexual, is the same way we have it in human beings, right? Sometimes you will have someone who has just an X chromosome, and there is no XX and there is no XY, right? It's called Turner syndrome.
Okay, do you believe, okay, all right, I get you. So you're rejecting your gender that God made you. That's how I put at it.
Right, I hear you, but follow me. This is the point that I'm making to you, Mr. Fear, is that God doesn't make, number one, genders. Number two, God doesn't always make people where they fall into a particular sex identity. Okay. So for example, when you have folks that are born and they might have, so I don't know if you realize this or not, but I had a girl on my panel with me. So she was born with, and she didn't know this at the time, because everything externally looked like a girl, everything externally. And then when she hit puberty, okay, they began to figure out, oh no, they did tests and she only had an X chromosome. She didn't have an XX, which is what we would typically see for females. And she didn't have an XY. She just had an X. So because she had lived her entire life as a girl, because her anatomical appearance was that of a girl, she needed hormone treatment. She needed gender affirming care. She needed gender affirming care to even develop the way that she needed to as a girl. So all of this rhetoric, when they are attacking gender affirming care, they are attacking people that aren't necessarily even members of the LGBTQ community. Medicine, medical practice should not be dictated by politics. Politicians don't know enough to be dictating anything by law. It's too nuanced, too complex. There's a reason you go to school for years upon years upon years. And so this is the part that's really important. You talk about, for example, I had to have a hysterectomy early. So did my mother because of cancer, and things like that. So
let me ask you this.
Hold on, let me finish though.
Where you're getting at?
Hold on, let me finish though.
Let me ask you this question.
Wait, because you're not the only person here, so let me finish. Okay, so after that, am I supposed to go into menopause at the age of 39, or am I supposed to take gender affirming care? Right? What am I supposed to do? And the thing about it is, and I guess the thing that I really truly don't understand is why people care so much. They're not so, unlike your church, the LGBTQ community isn't going into the public school system and asking them if they do or don't want literature about being trans. But you're doing that for your religion. They are not doing that in your community, right? Why? What is the obsession with asking about what people do or don't do with their bodily autonomy, with their own in the privacy of their own homes? What is the obsession with it? Because those people largely are not harming anyone. They make up less than 1% of the entire population.
You let me respond?
Yeah.
I mean, you went on. So, figure it's on time. Well, when it comes to like what you were saying and stuff like that, let me ask you this question. Just answer it yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Can a trans woman have a baby?
Well, that's a complicated question.
I know.
It's a complicated question. And I guess here's my question to you is, wait, Mr. Because it's a complicated question.
You gotta be kidding.
Listen, no, I'm not. Because do you understand that a trans man may be able to? But my question to you is, why does it matter?
But that's what I'm saying. So if you're going to a pregnancy clinic, right? Say if you went to a pregnancy clinic, right? Just for women, right? And a transgender woman comes up there and they ask for pregnancy stuff. Would you give it to her?
Yeah, I would give it to anybody that asked for it. If a man came up and asked for it, I would give it to them because they might be coming for themselves or somewhere else.
All right. Let me ask you this question, another question. If you was an EMT, right? EMT. And a transgender woman calls, can you check if my baby's still alive? How would you respond?
What?
No, you don't want to answer the question because you don't want to offend someone.
No, I literally didn't hear what you said.
No, I said earlier, can a trans woman have a baby? And you said that's complicated. Why?
Well, okay, so do you understand that transitioning to be a trans individual doesn't mean that you are transitioning physically or not?
You just want to be somebody that pretends to see somebody. That's how I put it.
No, I just want to tell you that you are trying to pin it into this. And the other thing that I'm going to ask you is, why does it matter?
Well, I'm just asking a simple question.
Right, but I'm asking you this question. Why does it matter? There are plenty of women. There are plenty of regular cis hetero women that can't have babies. That doesn't make them less of a woman. And it's insulting because women are told all of their lives that our ability to be able to give birth is what makes us valuable. And that's some patriarchal bullshit that has destroyed women since the beginning of time. It does matter. Our ability to have babies does not determine our worth or our womanhood. I know there are mothers that have never given birth that are fucking fantastic. And this is my point. No, hold on. I'm going to finish because I don't think that you understand how harmful the rhetoric that you're saying is. It is so harmful. I know women. I personally know women that cannot have children who have been... Hold on. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish.
But it's funny that
stop for a second, Mr. Fear. This is one that you got to stop. You got to stop because this is really important. This is so important because from our existence, we are measured. Our value is measured by whether or not, you don't get to tell me because I'm a woman and you're not.
Well,
so let me tell, we were doing well for just a minute. We were doing well. We were doing okay. So please stop speaking over me. I want to finish what I'm saying. This is such an issue. I don't think that people really get this. The value of women has always been told to us that it's whether or not we can have children. The way that they would pick enslaved Black women in this country for the plantations was by the girth of their hips. Could they deliver babies easily? Were they fertile? When they found Henrietta Lacks and her cells didn't die, they immediately stole them from that Black woman and her family. They experimented. The entire gynecological industry, the medicine of it, exists today because Black and brown women were mutilated by the father of gynecology without anesthesia. We had indigenous women, Hispanic women, Black women that were absolutely brutalized. They were sterilized forcefully so that we could not produce. This is something that people need to understand unequivocally. Asking, can a trans woman have a baby, is insulting, as if having a baby is the only thing that makes you a woman. And it is not. It is not. It is not. It is not. And there are so many women today that are traumatized. No, there are so many women today. You need to listen. You gotta listen. You've gotta listen. You've got to listen, Mr. Fear. You've got to listen.
I'm listening.
Okay, because this has done so much harm. This mindset that you are regurgitating has caused so much harm to women since the beginning of time.
You're putting that blame on me, right?
No, I am telling you, no, that's not what I said. What I said is that it is this mindset. You are perpetuating a narrative. Right? Whether you know it or not, the same way you used the word Eskimo and you didn't know, and I corrected you. You were fine with that correction. I am giving you another correction.
I'd like to do a controversial question.
No, it's not a controversial question.
If you don't want to
you're not listening, Mr. Fear. This is not about your question. I am sharing with you. I am sharing with you the origination and the root of the thing that you are saying. I am not mad. I really need you to hear the thing that I want you to hear.
But you're going off of things that just does not describe it today and stuff that, the patriarchal system, that was never part of the patriarchal.
Hey guys, girl, to all the cis hetero women in the comments, does the belief and the narrative that women who can have children are more valuable than other women, does that exist today? And do you know women that have been negatively impacted by that narrative? Just listen, because this question's not for you, it's for the women. So you get to just watch the comments now.
So that agreement that agree with you, right?
No, I asked. There was one girl that said no. There was one woman that said no. I asked this openly for anybody. There's almost 600 people in this world, in this room. So this is not about just who agrees with me or not. So the same way that I wouldn't tell you, so check it out, Mr. Fear. Do you know what I wouldn't tell you? I would not tell you that men are not taught that their value is tied to their ability to earn a living or what type of job or job title they have. I would never, I know that it does. And I would never tell you that it doesn't.
Women say that every day to men.
And men say this every day to us, which is why I spend a lot of time which is why I spend a lot of time saying, men, you are valuable no matter what your job is or what's in your bank account. So the point that I am making to you is I am choosing, hold on, Mr. Fear, listen. The point that I am making to you is that I am not perpetuating that thought process on you. I understand that that's what people have said to you, and I understand that it is hurtful to men. Therefore, I don't say it, and therefore, I don't regurgitate and I don't ask questions that reinforce that ideology, because that ideology is harmful to men. And what I am saying to you, is that the ideology that you are talking about is harmful to women.
What ideology I was talking about? I just have a simple question.
Okay, and so if you're at this point still asking me what ideology am I talking about, then you haven't been listening.
No, but here's the question.
No, literally, you haven't been, and that's okay. I'm just not going to keep. I'm not going to keep doing that, and I'm going to tell you why. So hold on. Nope. Listen, I was very, 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 very clear. I was very clear, Mr.
You put stuff on me that wasn't true.
No, what I did was, here's what I did.
You didn't want to offend people because
no. Oh my God! Stop fucking talking for me. Stop talking for me.
Why? You talk for me.
No, I didn't talk for you. What I did was I shared with you how your statement was rooted in something else. That's what I did.
Right, but let me tell you something else, because there's probably a left statements that you probably wouldn't agree with, that they probably curled up to you and they didn't probably kept away. So, do you call what is a pregnant person? Do you know what that term is? Does a woman get offended by that term? Pregnant person. Ever heard of that term?
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
You don't.
I literally don't know what you're talking about.
That's what the left is trying to push on women.
No, they're not. No, yes. They're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. You can't carry a baby.
What? I can carry a baby. A man can carry a baby.
Listen, here's what I'm telling you: that is not something that anybody is pushing on anybody.
Yes, there is. The left has been pushing it.
No, they're not.
Courts and stuff.
No, they're not.
Yes. All right. Let me look it up for you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it has.
Anyway, again,
but it's delusional.
You choose to be in this manner and not listen.
No.
Yeah, you don't want to listen, and that's fine. No. Is there something else you want to talk about?
Okay, let me look it up for you.
No, we were doing just fine. No, we were doing just fine having an intellectual conversation rooted in fact. You and I were doing.
Left here. I can give you the.
You're not going to keep talking over me. I'm just not going to let you keep doing it. I'm just not. We sat up here and had a very lengthy conversation. But when you keep talking over me and not listening, then that doesn't work for me anymore. We don't have to agree, but you do have to be respectful. And so when you continue to talk over me and tell me the reason that I'm answering you and not listening, especially when I am trying to share with you how something that you're saying is rooted in something else that is very, very harmful, that should matter to you. It should matter, folks. If I'm saying something and I don't know that it's rooted in something else that's harmful, I would want you to tell me, and then I would want to make sure that I don't say it again. Period. And by the way, I don't normally say the H word, the hermaphrodite, the reason why I said it with him is because I know that that's a word that he knows, and that's what he would associate it with when I am talking about people not falling into different genders or different sexes the way that he thinks. Okay. So I use that word because of the person that I was speaking to. Folks, let me tell y'all something. I will have conversations with just about anybody, as those of you all who have been with me for a long time know. Okay. What I won't do is let someone talk over me repeatedly and then try to gaslight me when I'm literally trying to get them to understand something, right? Because to me, it matters if we choose, hey, cuz, if we choose to keep engaging in rhetoric that we know is harmful, that matters, right? And so I just don't get down like that in any way, shape, or form. Period. If you notice, I didn't get upset with him when he used the term quote unquote Eskimo, because I knew that he didn't know. I knew that he didn't know, right? And I also know that he doesn't understand the root of what he's saying, but he is so stuck in the ideology that he believes, which is probably rooted in his religion, right? That he can't even get to that place. He can't even, and if you can't give me the basic respect of stop talking to stop talking over me, then we just can't have a conversation. Period. And I'm just going to share this with you all. The numbers are estimated, right? But in some of the scientific journals and medical journals that you will read, the estimate of the DSD intersex population in the world is roughly about the same as there are redheads, about 6 million in the entire world. I want to say that again. The number of DSD intersex individuals, one of the estimates is that there are as many as 6 million people that fall into that category in the world. It's the same number as there are redheads. It is incredibly important for people to become informed and accurately informed about how we show up. And it's crazy to me that especially people who say they are Christians or that they believe in God, somehow don't get this, right? I don't understand how you know that God created the world and the animals and the plants, and there's animals that are asexual. There are animals that change genders and sexes. There are animals that can do all kind of things on their own, but you somehow think that there's no human beings, that somehow that those natural things would work. Yeah, a lot of it isn't even diagnosed until they're getting ready to go through puberty a lot of times, and that's why it can be really harmful. Yes, there are gay animals too. Absolutely. So it's just wild to me that this is where people want to dig their heels in. It's just crazy to me. And when you say, can a trans woman have a baby? My question is why does it matter? Are you planning on fucking her? Are you looking to procreate? Because other than that, it's really none of your business. Just saying. I mean, I look younger than I am. Do you know how many times a man will be talking to me and want to know, well, can you know, how old are you? Can you still have kids? That's not the question. The question isn't, can I have kids? The question is, do I want them? And then the bigger question is, do I want them with you? Probably fucking not, because you asked me that question. Like, if you're a man that is asking that question, you're probably not somebody I want to procreate with. Just saying. So wild. this thought process. You know, it is I think what really bothers me about the way that conversation ended is because, hey Sean, good to see you, because it is thought like that, and the unwillingness to consider other information and to consider other facts that has got us in the place that we are. I'm good, Sean. Hopefully you are too. Right? Folks, this isn't about, so when people say, Buenos dias, Mr. Barrios, guys, this isn't about whether or not you believe in the Bible and whether or not you're a Christian. That's fine. You can believe in the Bible and you can be a Christian. You just don't get to take the entire country to war because that's what you believe. You just don't get to. The whole world does not have to align with your religious belief. And to think that God condones killing people for a part of the Bible that isn't even applicable anymore. Because if you do not know, Jesus said there is no difference between Jew and Gentile. Jesus said you are no longer under the law, you are under grace. He has no favorites. There are no chosen people. That's the Old Testament. And that's the problem. You're not really Christians, because Christians, they walk Christ-like. They worship through Jesus Christ. That would mean by grace, not by the Old Testament. So, listen, you can call me crazy, but I don't believe that God's chosen people would be burning toddlers with cigarettes or sticking a nail in their leg. I don't believe that God's chosen people would be using food as a weapon and starving people. I just don't believe that God would be like, those are the folks that I want to represent me. Yep, that's it. Their own human rights organization says they are committing crimes against humanity. Y'all do know that, right? Israel's own human rights organization says we're committing crimes against humanity. Morning, Petal. And you know what's so crazy to me? I keep hearing people talk about Sharia law and you don't even know what it is. You don't know what it is. You don't know how it's interpreted. You don't know how interpreted. You don't know how it's applied. You don't know the difference between Sharia law as it exists in a religious context and Sharia law when it is applied to civil law. The same way with Christianity in this country. There are laws in Christianity. Right? I keep telling y'all better go back to that Bible and read that part where Jesus said, go get the non-believers and bring them to me and kill them in front of me. Don't talk to me about horrible things in the Quran, because there are horrible things in a lot of religious texts, because mankind has always used religion for their horrible agendas. That is why the Bible is one of the most transcribed Bibles in history. That is why in the front of some Bibles, you will literally see letters to King James saying, oh, thank you for allowing us to translate this Bible in a way that is favorable to the Church of England. No, Tara, we didn't. Bottom, guys, the bottom line is this is I don't care about your religion. What I care about is your fruit. That's what I care about. I care about your fruit. And I look at the fruit of this administration. I look at the fruit of this country. I look at the fruit of Israel. I look at the fruit of a lot of different places. And I'm just telling y'all, I I think hell is pretty much here on earth already. Like we could have made anything. We could have created anything. And this is what we did as human beings. And it's all because we choose the almighty dollar. We choose power and greed and finances over people, even babies in this country, even babies in the world. So, this is it. Well, no, I say we, Lisa, because like, listen, I was part of the Christian religion for a really long time. I haven't always been who I am today. I realized that we are all connected together. There was a time when I cussed all these motherfuckers out. That was not helpful. There was a time when I gave you the energy that you gave to me all the time. Not helpful. My role may not be the same as other people's roles, but I've played a role. Right? Each of us has. And it's our responsibility to do something different. So just saying, it's a hard stop for me. I look at, I had when I saw the other article that came out again yesterday or the day before, that was talking about the cicada variant that is in 25 different states. And I literally was like, I don't know what I don't know what the world would be like if we had another C-19. Not with this administration, not with the CDC in the state that it's in. We don't even have a director of the CDC, and we haven't since last August. We have career medical professionals that no longer are in those positions. That should absolutely concern everyone. And when people say things like, so I'm going to tell you something else that really, really, really bothers me. I do not like when we politicize public health issues. I'm going to say that again. I do not believe that we should politicize public health issues. Politicizing public health issues is causing people to die unnecessarily. Whether we're talking about vaccines and immunizations, whether we are talking about diet, whether we are talking about COVID, whatever we are talking about, why are we politicizing measles? Why are we politicizing vaccines? Why are we politicizing those things? How all of a sudden did the food pyramid, which we stopped using in 2005, become the Biden food pyramid? How did it become the Biden food pyramid? It's the food pyramid that nobody has used since 2005. What's up, Cam? Right? And it's crazy. Y'all, there are over 1,000. Yeah, RFK Jr. did an interview. RFK Jr. did an interview. Hold on, I'll show you. Hold on. And listen, I just want to say this for those of you guys that were trying to say Inuit for the Alaskan natives. That only applies to the people in the northern regions. There's many different tribes of indigenous Alaskans, and so just the proper term overall is Alaskan Native. So they're not all going to be Inuit. So I just want to make sure that everybody uses the right. I'm so glad surgery went well, Cam. Yay. We love that for her. I need to pull this in. What was I looking at? Okay. RFK Jr. Calls food pyramid the Biden pyramid. Just fucking dumb. Yeah, because this is where they unveiled the upside down pyramid. It's like the tornado, food tornado now. Let me see if I can. Let me see if. Let me see if this is the one. And there are people that just fall for the nonsense, and I don't get it. I love her so much. Listen, let me say this to you all because I like to give you helpful information. Jessica, and then her last name is Nurick, Knurick. If you are not following her, please follow her. Please follow her. If you want to know about what's happening in health and human services, if you want to know the truth about our food and nutrition and dyes and things that are in our foods and not in our foods, that is who you want to follow, please, because she's amazing. For real. So I really need y'all to, let me see if this is the one. I hate it when I pull up something and it's got everybody else's, like Jessica, and her last name is it's Knurick. Knurick. Oh my God. And there's something else that I need to, oh my gosh, there's something else that I need to I don't know if I'm going to pull it up today or not. Thank you, West 2.0. That's her. Yes. Benedictus, that's her. I need to find the clip so that I can play it for you. But I want you to know that at CPAC, they are literally using G-sidal language. They are literally using G-sided language about getting Black and brown people out of this country. I've got to find the clip for you, but we will talk about it. Give me 1 second. Because I'm all over the place. Mm. Okay. I think this is it. Um, I don't really even know if this is the there's so many people that are making fun of him. I can't even I'm trying to find just the one where he says it. You know what I mean? Just the one where he says it. Let me just give it a whirl, you guys. Give it a whirl. I don't know if this is going to be it or not. Nope, it's not. Oh God, I can't. Which, okay, so you probably never thought you'd see this. I'll find it and then I'll play it again another day. But I want to say this to you all. It was never on my bingo card that I would be recommending someone go watch a Tucker Carlson video. But here we are in the upside down world. Tucker Carlson has shared a video that is leaks of Bibi Netanyahu's the investigation into Bibi. I don't know if you all have seen this or not. I shared it on my Facebook. It could very well be the thing that sends him to prison. And what I said was, don't tease me with a good time. You watched the documentary yesterday with George the Resistance? Yeah. So Tucker Carlson took part of this and put it together and shared it yesterday, and it is absolutely astounding, astounding. So literally, when they were like, "This could be the video that sends BB to prison," and I said, "Don't tease me with a good time." Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Grand Diva, is the videos from those investigations. No, Rob, I have not. So holy geez. I've heard about it, but I haven't watched it. Okay. All right. So oh my gosh, there's so much happening in here. Welcome to all the new people that are here that are joining maybe for the first time. I need to go back and look at the things that I pulled up that I knew that I wanted to talk to you all about. Okay, so this is one of them. So I want to drive home. I know I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I want to drive home for you because there is a fracture within America first over Israel first. Correct. Yeah, because there is. We see that at CPAC, right? There's literally been interviews and articles about that very thing at CPAC, especially amongst young MAGA men. Do I think the Tucker thing is part of it? I think that Tucker has influence in the MAGA world, but I don't know if I would say that it's part of it. I think that what's more part of it than anything else is the current president of the United States, thank you, Be Action, leading us into war because Bibi wants us to be. I think that's the biggest part of it, right? It wouldn't matter what Tucker Carlson was saying if the current president of the United States wasn't bending over backwards to do anything that Bibi Netanyahu asked him to do, right? But he is. And so that makes a difference. Like, why would who put that video out? Are you asking why would Tucker put that video out? Is that what you're asking? So it's not just about Tucker putting out, hey, Michael Anthony, it's not just about Tucker putting out that video. It's part of the Bibi files, the entire documentary. It's about this documentary has never before seen police interrogation videos. The one that got me was when they were interviewing the one woman and she said, "What can I say? If this gets out, I'm dead." That's literally what she said. She said, "Yeah, if this gets out, what can I say? If this gets out, I'm dead." That's what she said, right? So I think that says a lot, right? What's up, CJ? Titan, what is it? Titan. Y'all hear Titan? He's normally not that. Why are you confused with them? I'm not. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Marjorie Taylor Greene are all pretty much the same. They were America First people. Like, that's who they were, America First. And now that they're not, then okay. Give me 1 second. Let me give him some food. Hold on, you guys. Give me 1 second. No, that Mila is at school. 1 second first. Oh, come here, Titan. Are you hungry? Huh? Come on, real quick. I'm getting some water. Oh yeah, you ate everything, didn't you? Here, there you go. All right, bud. You have food, and I have water. Okay. All right. So there is a documentary called The Bibi Files. That documentary is out, and Tucker Carlson took a clip from that documentary, several of the interviews that are in it, the police interrogations that are in it, and he shared it yesterday, and he said, yeah, he was hungry. I just fed him. And so he shared that video yesterday, but it is called The Bibi Files. And it is a documentary specifically about Bibi Netanyahu. And there's questions about the elaborate gifts that he gets from people and why he gets those gifts, because you're not supposed to get gifts the same way the president of the United States is not supposed to get gifts. The difference between the United States of America and Israel is that Israel has historically put prime ministers and put people in prison for accepting gifts when they are their leaders. And they have done that with people that have been way more popular than Bibi is. It is also one of the reasons why, because when this first started, with this investigation first started happening, he was advised, alaikum salam wadmi, he was advised to retire, to get out of politics. And they are speculating that the reason they don't believe he will get out is because if he remains in power, he can keep more information from coming out. Because if he isn't in there, then, you know what I mean? Then more information might be able to come out that would be more harmful. And so that's one of the reasons why. I don't know if you all saw today, but the parliament in Israel just passed a budget which is allowing him to avoid early elections. Yes, stay out of jail, be action 100%. So yeah, that's what that is about. Well, I don't know that he funds them now, but he did fund Hamas at one point in time. Yes. I don't know if Gavir is next in line or not. They have elections. I know that he is horrible and he's from the extreme right. But I want to give you guys a little bit of information just so that people understand. I want everybody to know that since Trump came into office this last time, the CDC has lost at least 25% of its staff due to cuts and attrition. I'm going to repeat that number. The Centers for Disease Control has lost in just a little over a year at least 25% of its staff. And there's a law called the Federal Vacancies Reform Act of 1998. This law specifies how long the lead of an agency can be an acting director, right? So we have had an acting director of the CDC since last summer. Wednesday will make 210 days since there was an official director of the CDC. Okay. And so Trump is literally poised to miss the 210-day legal deadline that is required by law. Now, what will be interesting to see here is, will Congress do anything about this blatant violation of the law? I don't hold out a lot of hope or expectation for that. I'm not saying that they won't, but what I will say is I'm not betting on it, right? And I'm just simply not betting on it because of their behavior in this administration. Okay. But there was a great interview this morning from one of the head guys who was over infectious disease and vaccines, I want to say. And so he specifically was talking about the fact, because he resigned last year. He now has a prominent position at a facility in New York, and he was talking about how difficult it is now to trust anything that is coming out of this administration. And he said specifically around vaccinations, specifically around infectious disease, he said you could pretty much take whatever the CDC is saying with a grain of salt. He said literally whatever they are saying about measles, probably take it with a grain of salt. And so I just want everyone to be aware of that it is something that is huge. If you all remember, we listened to the testimony of the former CDC directors before Congress after they were ousted. Do you all remember that? And she said that RFK Jr. was forbidding her from reporting to Congress, even though she's supposed to report to Congress, and all of those different things. So it's important, folks, and they've also changed policy. And I think it's really important that people know this. Well, it was her and someone else. So there were two, Rob, there were two people that testified. It wasn't just her. One of the other people, hold on, let me see if I can find it. My brain hurts. Susan Menares, she was the CDC director. So it was her, but then it was also, I believe, the medical director that testified. And so it's really important that people understand where we are. And in that testimony, if you all remember this, in that testimony, they talked about the fact that all of the career CDC leaders were gone. So in the major departments in the CDC, they did not have, they have political appointees that are leading those departments, not career medicals. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Give me a second. There it is. Boom. All right. Hold on. I got you. It's a 3-hour long video, so I don't want to I'm not going to play the whole thing, obviously. But I will share with you her opening statement. Okay. So let me do that for you guys. I'm going to share with you her opening statement. And this is from September of 2025. Okay. So let me share my screen with you guys. Oh yeah, I know, Kat. This one's PBS NewsHour. All right, so listen, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you again. My name is Susan Monares, and I am a microbiologist and immunologist. Exactly 12 weeks ago, in this same room, I testified that if confirmed, I would lead the CDC to restore public trust, modernize public health infrastructure, and strengthen the agency's core mission of protecting Americans from infectious diseases and emerging threats. I was honored to be nominated by President Trump and confirmed with the Senate's support. Secretary Kennedy himself swore me in on July 31st, calling me a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials. My tenure as CDC director lasted 29 days.
Crazy.
Since my removal, several explanations have been offered: that I told the secretary I would resign, that I was not aligned with the administration priorities, or that I was untrustworthy. None of those reflect what actually happened. I will share the details, but I want to be clear. Today should not be about me. Today should be about the future of trust in public health. The events leading to my dismissal began weeks before August 25th. On August 2nd, I learned from media reports that experts serving as liaison representatives to the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the ACIP, including those from major medical societies, had been removed from its working groups. The following week, I heard concerns that the ACIP might alter childhood vaccine schedule at its September meeting, potentially without credible supporting data. On August 8th, a gunman, driven by vaccine distrust, fired 180 rounds into CDC headquarters in Atlanta.
Sure did.
Killing Officer David Rose. In the days after the attack, I focused on security, staff, and ensuring the CDC could continue its mission. On August 19th, I received a directive from the Secretary's office that I now required prior approval from my political staff for CDC policy and personnel decisions. On August 21st, I was told to return to Washington from Atlanta immediately, which would have meant missing Officer Rose's memorial, something I was not willing to do. When I did return, I was concerned about my ability to continue to lead the CDC while preserving evidence-based decision-making. Commitments I had made to this committee during my confirmation hearing.
Yep.
On the morning of August 25th, Secretary Kennedy demanded two things of me that were inconsistent with my oath of office and the ethics required of a public official. He directed me to commit in advance to approving every ACIP recommendation, regardless of the scientific evidence. He also directed me to dismiss career officials responsible for vaccine policy without cause. He said if I was unwilling to do both, I should resign. I responded that I could not pre-approve recommendations without reviewing the evidence, and I had no basis to fire scientific experts. He told me he had already spoken with the White House several times about having me removed. For 3 decades, I have worked at the intersection of public health, science, and technology innovation, always challenging the status quo and welcoming the changes that come from research and discovery. Even under pressure, I could not replace evidence with ideology or compromise my integrity.
Dr. Mornez, you're almost out of time. I'll be generous, but if you could speed up just a little.
Vaccine policy must be guided by credible data, not predetermined outcomes. As I wrote in my September 4th Wall Street Journal op-ed, I agree with President Trump. We should not hesitate to ask for proof about our vaccines. And I also agree with his most recent comments that vaccines are not controversial because they work. Demanding evidence is exactly what I was doing when I insisted CDC recommendations be based on credible science. I was never misaligned with the administration priorities. The goals Secretary Kennedy recently cited publicly, protecting the public from threats, building infrastructure, modernizing systems, investing in the workforce, and enhancing scientific rigor were the same priorities I articulated at my confirmation hearing and began advancing during my short tenure. I remain supportive of those priorities. The question is whether they can be achieved without the expertise required at CDC.
Yeah.
Regarding trustworthiness, I cannot define that word for Secretary Kennedy. I made commitments to this committee that I would lead with integrity, transparency, purpose, and work with Congress to maximize health outcomes and protect the American people. Secretary Kennedy told me he could not trust me. I had refused to commit to approving vaccine recommendations without evidence, fire career officials without cause, or resign, and I had shared my concerns with this committee. I told the secretary that if he believed he could not trust me, he could fire me. The next day, I was told I still had my job, but the secretary's expectations remained: approval of ACIP recommendations and dismissal of career scientists. I would not commit to that, and I believe it is the true reason I was fired. Tomorrow, the reconstituted ACIP will meet. Its composition has already raised concerns from the medical community. Based on what I observed during my tenure, there is a real risk that recommendations could be made restricting access to vaccines for children and others in need without rigorous scientific review. With no permanent CDC director in place, those recommendations could be adopted.
And they were.
The stakes are not theoretical. We already have seen the largest measles outbreak in more than 30 years, which claimed the lives of 2 children. If vaccine protections are weakened, preventable diseases will return. I was fired for holding the line on scientific integrity, but that line does not disappear with me. It now runs through every parent deciding whether to vaccinate a child, every physician counseling a patient, and every American who demands accountability. I want to end where I began with my confirmation hearing. I spoke then about the value of hard work, paying my own way through college, and my lifelong dedication to science and public health. On August 25th, I could have stayed silent, agreed to the demands, and no one would have known.
Yep.
What the public would have seen were scientists dismissed without cause and vaccine protections quietly eroded, all under the authority of a Senate-confirmed director with unimpeachable credentials. I could have kept the office, the title, but I would have lost the one thing that cannot be replaced: my integrity. Some may question my motives or mischaracterize my words. That is part of public life. but I am not here as a politician. I'm here as a scientist, a public servant, and a parent committed to protecting the health of future generations. The question before us is whether we will keep faith with our children and grandchildren, ensuring they remain safe from the diseases we fought so hard to defeat: polio, measles, diphtheria, whooping cough, and many others. Undoing that progress would not only be reckless, it would betray every family that trusts us to protect their health. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
So that was her opening statement. If you all would like, I will go back through tonight and I will pull more of her testimony. I need for you all to understand, this was not them looking for a fall guy. That's not what this was. This was them wanting someone to blindly implement whatever their strategy is. She was unwilling to do so. So was the ICE whistleblower, right? Remember when we listened to the testimony of the ICE whistleblower, he said he was asked to approve in advance what they were telling him to teach and not teach, right? And so this is not about looking for fall people. This is about looking for loyal people. And if they are not loyal, either firing them or making it so bad that they have to resign. And anyone that dares put science, ethics, integrity, or the law above what this administration desires gets thrown to the wolves. And that's what she's describing later on in this testimony. She and the former medical director, they testify that RFK Jr. literally said that she was not allowed to Congress, literally, even though they are the oversight for her department. Okay. When he said that he couldn't trust her, it's because she spoke with Congress anyway. Right. And in this hearing, you will actually see Tim Kaine apologize to her, because during her confirmation hearing, he voted against her. And he said it was because he didn't believe her that she would actually do the job. And so he apologized to her in front of everyone, which I thought was amazing, because he owed her that. The other thing that I want you all to remember is that the reason why she believed she was aligned is because they say things, but they have an ulterior, they have a different meaning than the verbiage that they use, right? So when they have verbiage that says that we want to demand proof of vaccines, and she says, yes, of course we should, right? But from her perspective, that's because we want to make sure that we have the science right, because we know that vaccines work. From their perspective, they mean we're going to discredit vaccines and we're going to change the requirements for when people get them. You will hear in this testimony, Bill Cassidy, Republican senator, who is a liver doctor, get very upset because he knew that they were meeting the next day and that they were going to be asking questions and they were going to be changing the time frame in which they recommend the hepatitis B shot, right? And he, of course, as a liver doctor, knows exactly how horrendous that is and the ramifications from that. For the person that asked me, what is the connection between measles and C19? The answer is there is none. The only thing that is related is because the C19 vaccine was so politicized, so misrepresented by the Republican Party and the MAGA movement, it led to an incredible amount of vaccine distrust. People stopped getting measles vaccines, the MMR vaccines, and guess what? We now have measles vaccines. We are close to losing our eradication status for measles. We are the reason that measles, they had another case down in Mexico. Mexico has eradicated measles, and the United States of America is on the verge of losing that status. This is the danger when you politicize public health issues. This is the danger when you demonize and weaponize science and medicine. And when your ego is so big, you put it before the best interest of the people. These are all of the dangers that exist with this administration. So, I mean, it's just like these are things that people should know. Hey, Dr. Valkyrie. So, again, the CDC has lost 25% of its staff in the last 15 months. Okay. We now have been without a permanent CDC director since August of last year. The President of the United States is about to violate law again if he does not have a permanent CDC director nominated by Wednesday, because according to the Federal Vacancies Reform Act of 1998, he has to have a Senate confirmed CDC director within 210 days, and he does not. Okay. So for those of you all, I'm going to share with you a timeline. Okay. Are you ready? And this timeline goes from January of 2025 through January of 2026. So I'm just going to tell you right now, hold on to your britches and clutch your pearls because it's something. January of 2025, we had 13,000 active CDC staff. By February 12th, 400 staff were opting into deferred resignation program and they were put on administrative leave. 2 days later, on Valentine's Day, February the 14th of 2025, 800 probationary staff were fired and put on administrative leave. So in the first 6 weeks of 2025, we lost 1,200 staff from the CDC. April 1st of 2025, we had 2,100 plus staff fired and put on administrative leave. So that would mean in the first 3 months of 2025, we lost 3,300 staff from the CDC. April 19th in 2025, we lost 1,200 plus staff due to various sources of attrition, including voluntary early retirement incentive. Retirements and the Title 42 staff not being renewed are also included, though the exact dates are not known. So do the math. We're now at 4,500. May 8th of 2025, the remaining 400 probationary staff that are on administrative leave are fully separated. On June 11th, the 800 staff from the April firings are reinstated. So we were down 4,500, right? We gained 800 of those back. So now we're only down 3,700. August the 18th, the remaining 650 staff who were fired in April are finally separated, and 700 remain on administrative leave. October 1st, the 400 staff who opted into the deferred resignation program are fully separated. On October 10th, which would be Indigenous Peoples Day, 1,300 plus staff are fired and put on administrative leave. So you go from 3,700 up to 5,000. On the very next day, 700 of those are reinstated. So now you're down to 4,300. On November the 18th, the remaining 600 staff from the October firings are reinstated. So now you're back down to 3,700. And so on January the 13th of 2026, 400 NEOSH staff from April firings are reinstated. So we went from having 13,000 active CDC staff to 10,020 staff in 1 year's time. Does anybody know what happens to an organization that loses 25% of its staff in 1 year? What happens to the science? What happens to the medical? What happens to the research? What happens to and then right, and there's also a conversation about morale. There were several articles about morale. Keep that in mind as we have a new C19 variant. Keep that in mind while we have one of the largest measles outbreaks we've had in a while. Over 1,000 of those are in South Carolina alone. So if I am not mistaken, Kenny, a lot of this was done via Doge. So there's that for you guys. So I felt the need to let you all know about that. Let me see if this is the latest update. So this is the latest update. Let me pull this down real quick. So the total number of cases for 2025 in measles was 2,285. In the first 3 months of 2026, that number is 1,575. Let me say that again. The full year of 2025, we had 2,285 cases of measles. For the first 3 months, up until Friday of last week, in just the first 3 months of this year, the number is 1,575. The total number, well, let me just give you the percentage. 21% of those are children under the age of 5. 52% of those are children between 5 and 19. That's 814. 27% of those, which is 424, are people that are 20 years and older. And 7 of those cases are just the age is unknown. Here is the critical part. 92% are unvaccinated. 4% only have had 1 MMR dose. So 96% are either unvaccinated or have only had 1 dose. Last year, 11% of those cases required hospitalizations. This year so far, 5% of them have required hospitalizations. The total hospitalizations for children under the age of 5 since January of 2025 is 131. The total number of people hospitalized between the ages of 5 and 19 since January of 2025 is 80. The total number of people hospitalized that are 20 and older, that number is 108. Yeah. And 3 people have died. When you ask why people don't get vaccinated, it is because the current, I just want you all to think about this. The current Secretary of Health and Human Services literally ran an anti-vax organization and was paid to promote anti-vax rhetoric and theories. I'm just like, And here's what's so crazy is while they are telling you don't get vaccinated, Donald Trump's vaccinated. While they're telling you that mail-in ballots are risky and they're horrible, guess what he did? He voted by mail-in ballot. And all the things that they are telling you, oh, don't do that. His ass is eating fucking McDonald's every day in the White House. And you just, some of you are just believing everything that they say. And I'm asking you to begin to be critical of the information that is being given to you. One of the things that I ask myself a lot when I see headlines and things like that, one of the first things, especially if the headline is ridiculously inflammatory, one of the biggest things that I do first is I ask, who benefits from this headline being written this way? Who benefits from the headline being written in this way? Because that automatically tells me where the bias is going to be. It's one of the reasons why when I want you to hear what someone says, I don't want you to hear the news reporter in front of it or behind it. I just want you to hear what that person said so that you can take that information and you can hear it for yourself and not hear the bias that may be before it or after it. Does that make sense? And in case you did not know, the Office of Management and Budget, along with the White House, suggest slashing CDC's budget by more than 54%. They desire to cut the CDC budget by more than half. They want to cut it by 54%. The current funding in 2025 was $9.3 billion. I need to put that in perspective. $9.3 billion. But we got 70-some billion for fucking ICE. They want the fiscal year 2026 budget for the CDC to be $4.2 billion. It would go from $9.3 billion to $4.2 billion. It would reduce the chronic disease prevention funding by 98%. Listen, y'all, it would reduce the chronic disease prevention part of CDC. It would reduce their budget by 98%. It would reduce the HIV, AIDS, hepatitis, STD, and TB prevention program by 63%. By 63%. It would decrease the public health preparedness and response part of the CDC by 37%. It would reduce the injury prevention and control department of the CDC by 29%. Guys, and by this way, fiscal year 2026 already started. That started in October, just so you all know. I got you. I can put this in the, I'll put this in the link tree. The global health section of the CDC reduced by 53%. The CDC-wide activities and program support cut by 40%. Occupational safety and health cut by 80%. Environmental health cut by 37%. Birth defects, disabilities, and health cut by 12%. So yeah, OSHA. So I just want you all to get this part, right? That we have unlimited money for ICE and Israel, but we don't have money for the CDC. We don't have money for the Department of Education. We don't have money to pay TSA workers. We don't have money for SNAP benefits and Medicaid, but we have money for Israel, and we have money for war. Every time I say that, I think Tupac. Every time. There is something wrong with this country. Oh, and if in case you're wondering, let me see if I can. Did I close the quote? God, I hope I did not. If I did, I'm going to pull it up again because it's so important. Hold on, I'm going to find it again. I got to give you the quote. One second, folks. Let me see if this is it. It's a quote from RFK. Let me see if this is the page that it's on. Give me 1 second. It's a quote from Russell Vought. That's why I really want you to see it. Because fuck him and the horse he rode in on. He said, hold on. Russell Vought, CC bureaucrats. Yes, this is what he said. Thank you. It's astounding, but this is what the man said. And this was caught on a video. I want to find the whole ass quote. Oh my God, stop it. I'm the person that is like, no, I am not going to pay you to read this. This is a government official. I should not have to pay you to read this. This is what he says. Listen, quote, this is Russell Vought. We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down. We want to put them in trauma. He said that at an event that was hosted by his think tank, Center for Renewing America. Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, B Action. I thought about that just yesterday. I just want you all to, yeah, Jay Bird, I knew yesterday that Trump was going to taco and let the oil come in from Russia, which he did. Yeah. So Russell Vought, who is the shadow president. Oh yeah, no, he really said it. It's on a video. Yep. Nope. Mark Kelly, he really said that. And here is the quote. Quote, we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down. We want to put them in trauma. That's what he said. Yeah, folks. Is here. Hold on.
Do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
So let's just play it again for the people who said he didn't say that. No, he did. He said it. Here we're gonna play it again.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
So somebody tell me again that he didn't really say it. To the person in the chat who said there's no way he really said that, tell me again how he didn't say it. Because he said it. Oh, yeah, that was Democracy Now! Also getting ready to play it. Yeah, no, he said it. And I need for you all to understand that, yeah, because they do laugh. Listen, they applauded at CPAC this week. In the last week, they said that they are 100 million black and brown people. That's who they're referring to in this country that need to get out. Hold on. So Beau French, who is a Republican candidate for the Texas Railroad Commission, and he's the former Tarrant County GOP chair, called for the deportation of 100 million people. Watch the damn video. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. CPAC is crazy. That's where they had the golden Trump thing a while back. If you don't remember that. This is me clicking, trying to figure out where did I have it. No, is this all of it? Oh, no. This is RFK at CPAC this year, which I'm not ready to digest that with y'all yet. I will find it for you. Yeah, Mark, he said it. Yeah. Oh, Birdie is back. Hey, Birdie. How are you? You want to come talk?
Not going to argue with you. I don't want to argue. I'm not in the mood.
Well, I mean,
just about an argument.
What's so crazy is
agree and we never will agree.
Birdie, what's so crazy to me is you talk all the time about how much we don't agree and how you just think that I'm wrong, and you're here so much. Why do you come in my room all the time, Birdie?
Well, actually, I'll tell you why. Because I like to hear the other side. I'm not a jerk. And you're pretty good. I can admit that. You're good at what you do. And I do listen.
But I guess
But I
my
still
question
don't
is
agree.
so why do you think I'm from another side?
I just don't agree with anything you say because I think I'm more common sense.
Give me an example. What are you more common sense about than I am?
For instance, the right to choose, say. I don't believe in that. I believe under all circumstances, God is in control, and the way out is really what He has for you. If a person is if a woman is going to be unalived because of it, I can say there's exception to that because you're in an emergency situation. But on the other hand, I don't believe there is any other reason.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So do you believe that Iran should dictate the lives of women based on Sharia law?
No.
So do you believe that the United States of America should dictate to women based on Christian law?
No.
Well, what you just described is based on your Christian faith, correct?
Right, but isn't that inclusive to me? I mean, am I hurting you by?
Yes, actually so.
Well, I don't. I'm sorry if I'm hurting you, but
No,
I
but
really
literally
believe
you
in
almost
my heart
caused,
and soul
but
that you could overcome it.
but Bertie,
If
you almost
Yeah.
this type of legislation almost killed my daughter.
And I'm sorry about that.
Well, no, but I don't want to hear you're sorry if your Christianity in the law kills my kid. How am I supposed to overcome that?
It's a little bit ignorant, honestly, to feel that my Christianity, which you really don't know in your heart of hearts.
How do you know what I know about Christianity?
Because you wouldn't speak that way. If
Oh,
you
I
did.
would. I bet you I know more Christianity than you ever have.
Well, it's not really about that. It's not about who knows what and how much.
Well, but you brought up what I know.
And I know. And that's the reason why I said I didn't want to have an argument with you.
But I'm not arguing. Can you tell me why Christianity can be used to make laws that hurt women, but Islam can't?
It's not about making laws that hurt women.
But it is.
It's about protecting a child.
No, but this is my thing.
Yeah,
if it causes women to die, then it hurts women. And so the question that I'm asking you, Bertie, is why is it okay to make laws based on Christianity, but it is not okay to make laws based on Islam?
But what do you mean?
Just what I said.
We're
Why
not
is it
making
okay?
laws based on Christianity.
But we are. We are literally putting in legislation.
Well, maybe you don't know what Christianity is. That goes back to it goes circled now. It goes
Okay,
full
so
circle. You don't know what it is then.
So when someone creates a state legislature, a bill, right, a piece of legislation that says that we are made in the image of God, right? When it refers to being made in the image of God, that is specifically from the Bible. And so when we have legislators that are putting Christian beliefs into the Bible, into the law, that is making laws based on Christianity. And so my question to you is, why is it okay to put Christianity into laws, but it's not okay to put Islam, for example, into laws?
Because when a sperm and an egg meet, something miraculous happens. It becomes another identity. We're talking science here. You keep bringing Christianity into it, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not based on Christianity.
But that's what you said when you first started this conversation. You
It's
said,
not based on Christianity.
but that's what you said, Bertie. Hold
I
on.
keep telling you it's not.
But Bertie, hold on. What you said when you first came up here, you said because you believe that whatever happens, God is in control. You
That's
literally,
my individual. Yes,
right. But
an
what I'm
individual.
saying to you is that the faith that is being used by legislators, the legislators are saying, I'm a Christian. The legislators are putting Christian language from the Bible into law. They're not quoting the Quran.
Okay, well,
They're not quoting any other book. And there are other religions. For example, there are other religion in the Torah. It says that life doesn't begin until the first breath. So how come your Christian faith that talks about a sperm and an egg meeting is more important or more valuable than another faith that says that's also based on the Old Testament that says life begins at the first breath?
the first breath is in water, just like a
No,
fish.
that's not
Yes,
what
it
that's
is.
not what their
I
faith
don't
is.
understand
Bertie, the
what you
question
don't
is,
understand about science.
Bertie, that's their faith. That is their
Listen,
faith.
Don't.
And so
is it bad for you?
I'm asking you, why does Christianity get preference over any other religion?
Because it has good moral values that a lot of people want to follow. Don't call it Christianity.
But so do
Call
lots
it
of
good
other
morals
faiths.
that people want to follow.
But
Stop using semantics.
no, this is not semantics. My point is that,
Yeah, it is.
so Bertie, when we breathe air by definition, right? We don't breathe water, we breathe air. And we take our first breath when we are outside the womb. The thing about it is
Not
this:
as a
there
human.
are lots of religions that have good values that people want to follow. And those religions do not have anything to do with your belief. And so this is the part where I find that it becomes a little disingenuous, right? Because you are literally telling me what you believe and how your faith dictates this, right? And that's the same thing that the politicians that are using this language,
you know what?
that are introducing.
I understand.
But Bertie,
If
hold
you
on.
don't
Let me finish my
follow-
sentence.
listen.
Let me finish
But
my
it-
sentence,
okay.
Bertie. If those people in Congress, if those people in state legislatures are saying this is based on my Christian faith, and they are putting language from the Christian Bible into law, right? Why is that okay for them, but it's not okay for the Torah, and it's not okay for the Quran, and it's not okay for, Wiccans? It's not okay for anyone else. Why is it that the Christian faith is, you are okay with it being put into laws, but not any of those other religions?
Well, it happens to be prominent.
There's a lot of religions.
You know,
Paganism is more prominent than Christianity.
You know,
It existed before Christianity. Christianity was actually
hold on.
built
Something
off
happened
of.
with my mic. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, hold on. What happened? I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Hold
I
on.
can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Where were we? I'm sorry.
So my point is, if the representatives that are introducing the legislation are professing to be Christians, and they are using Christian text and Christian verbiage in the laws, why is that okay? And it's not okay for Islam to be put into laws, or for Wiccan to be put into laws.
It's not okay. It's not okay, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad policy.
It
does. That's what I don't understand about people. No, it doesn't mean it's a bad policy. Why are people so honed in on Christian bad?
Because
bad.
It's not.
For good values.
It's not that. It's because
get it together, people.
Okay, so Bertie, I'm going to give you an example. Okay, And I actually have two of them, but I'll give you the one that I literally had to navigate things for. So, in August of 2024, not my oldest daughter, my other daughter called me. I had met her friend a couple of times already. Her friend was pregnant, and absolutely thrilled, wanted a kid, 100%. And her friend was having some issues, and so she went to the emergency room. And the emergency room that she went to was in a conservative state that has a 6-week AB ban. Okay. So you can't get an AB after 6 weeks in this state. And so when she went there, they did an ultrasound and they found that she had an ectopic pregnancy, which is never going to be viable, right? An ectopic pregnancy is never going to be viable. And if it continues, then the fallopian tube can rupture and kill the woman. So they gave her, at that time, she was 5 weeks. And so they gave her a shot of the medication that is supposed to stop the development and cause the ejection of the egg that has implanted on the fallopian tube. And so they did that on a Sunday. They had her come back in to be rechecked on that Wednesday. When she went in on that Wednesday, the numbers had tripled. Her hormone levels had tripled, which meant it was continuing. The pregnancy was continuing rather than ending. Instead of giving her doing an emergency procedure, right? They gave her a second shot and said, come back and let us check you on Saturday. So she comes back again on that Saturday, and the numbers are even larger. And not only are the numbers larger, but now, unlike before, there was no quote unquote heartbeat. Now there was. And so they tell her again to leave and come back. And I think she was going to come back Sunday or Monday. So she leaves and she drives over to my daughter's house. By the time she gets to my daughter's house, she's not walking upright. She literally is on all fours because she's in so much pain and she cannot lay flat. If you get to the point when you have an ectopic pregnancy, you can't lie flat, you're probably getting close to your fallopian tubes rupturing. So my daughter calls me panicking and she says, Mom, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do with her? And I said, I'm going to take the kids, because I had my grandbabies. I said, I'm going to take the kids and I'm dropping them at your cousin's. I'm going to swing by and grab you guys. So I swung by, I grabbed them, and I took them 20 minutes away to a different state, to an emergency room in that state. I explained what had occurred over the last week. They redid the blood work, and they were reviewing the blood work while she was admitted. And then I went down to radiology with her, where I got to hear the heartbeat that didn't exist when this first problem started, which she also got to hear, by the way. And keep in mind, this is a pregnancy that she wanted. The tech doing the exam was furious because she was like, I keep seeing this. They're killing women. I keep seeing this. So no sooner than she finishes the radiology and we get back up to her hospital room, they're already in briefing us about the surgery because her fallopian tubes are this close to rupturing. Okay. I'm there. I have to call her mother because her mother's down in Florida, even though she's grown, right? She's devastated. And because so much damage is done to this fallopian tube now, they have to remove the fallopian tube because of the scar tissue. That's a problem for this woman because the other fallopian tube already had scar tissue on it previously. And so the delay in her care, the delay in ending this ectopic pregnancy that could never be viable caused damage to this second fallopian tube to where it has to be removed. So now if she ever hopes to have children, it will require IVF if she can afford it, if she can ever make it happen. It will never be permanent again. So not only did she almost die, but the delay in her care has actually impeded her ability to have the children that she very much wants. Laws like this are harmful because they haven't done anything to actually prevent ABs. The number of ABs in this country has actually increased just slightly since Roe v. Wade was overturned. There's been no decline in ABs in this country, none. So all we've done is hurt women, delay their care, put their lives in jeopardy, and cause physicians to have to mount legal boundaries when they are simply trying to do care. They should never have to worry about legal concerns when practicing medicine and doing what is in the best interest of the patient.
Okay, there's a lot wrong with this. You know, the doctors were wrong, and I'm sorry for that, because they should have known that it was to be an emergency, because I think the second time she went back, right then and there, I said to myself, oh, good, they're going to do emergency. And you went on. So right away, I knew it should have been an emergency.
But they won't do it because of the legalities, Birdie. They're scared.
Also, you have to factor in the fact, how was she feeling knowing she wanted this too? I mean, was she allowing them to wait to see if possibly? Okay.
No.
I'll take your word for it. You were there. You said you were with her, right?
I was with her.
Okay, because, I also had an ectopic pregnancy, and I was only 18 years old, and at that time, being 18, I told God that no matter what happened, I was going to have this baby. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't have, my boyfriend at the time was telling me, you're having an abortion. I'm sorry. Oh, AB. I didn't mean that, TikTok. F1. And I refused. If I had to lose this person over this life, I was going to do that. I just had my mind made up. I don't know.
In other words, you had a choice.
Before I found out it was ectopic.
Right. But what I'm saying is you were making your choice. And all we are saying is that everyone should have that choice.
Okay. So if I was on the other spectrum and I'm sorry. I left this very important thing out. I did not want this pregnancy. I didn't want this to happen to me at all, but I knew the right thing to do.
Yeah, but it's the right thing to you. So understand this, Birdie. There are some people that would say, I don't want this. And I don't want to bring a person into this world that I can't provide for. And not only can I not provide for, but there are almost 500,000 kids waiting to be adopted currently that are sitting in foster care. I don't want my kid to have to endure trauma. I don't live in a country where we have universal health care, so I know they're going to be able to go to doctors if they get sick. I don't know that. I don't live in a country that has, a lot of the subsidized housings has waiting lists for months and months and months. So when you say the right thing is, to some people, the right thing might be avoiding traumatizing a human being for years of their lives, right? Because the vast majority, it's over 92% of ABs are performed in the first trimester, right? The vast majority of them, they happen between 6 and 12 weeks. That's when the vast majority happen. What we know about that time frame is there is no there's not enough development in terms of your nervous system for there to be anything felt. There's nothing. There's like literally there is no nervous system to be able to deal with pain or anything. Those things don't develop from a medical standpoint until you're talking around 20 weeks or so. And before we had the Dobbs decision, over 43 states in this country already had laws that prohibited ABs based on your gestation. There were very, very few states where you could not only get an AB after 20 weeks, but also have a physician who would do it because there are so few of them. And they get very expensive, between $5,000 to $10,000, depending upon how far along you are. The vast majority of the time, when someone is at 22, 24 weeks, the vast majority of the time that you see ABs happening is because there is something medically wrong. By the time somebody is 22 weeks, right, you are almost 6 months. You are picking out names. You are getting ready for baby showers. You are definitely showing. But what happens is when they are at about 22 weeks, that's when you can actually see enough on your ultrasounds to actually spot congenital abnormalities and things like that. And those patients suffer horrible discussions with their practitioners. And so, like when I talk about this, my granddaughter was born at 26 weeks. She weighed 1 pound, 3 ounces. Okay. And I will never forget listening to Dr. Visconti and talking about all of the different possibilities and what could or couldn't happen and all of those different things. I'll never forget being in the NICU with her. She was there for 91 days and seeing somebody come in who had delivered at 22 weeks, and the neonatologist saying, yeah, viability just isn't there. And then seeing those people deliver, have 1 week, and that's it. And then have to explain to the toddler at home, to the brother and sister at home who's waiting for their new baby sister or baby brother to come, that they're not coming home. But the kid at home has watched mommy's belly grow. There are actually people, Bertie, that have had to carry babies in their bellies, fetuses, that they know are brain dead because of these laws. And so the children at home, the husbands, the mothers, can you imagine carrying around what you know is a dead fetus in your belly? And the kids around you, the siblings, are expecting, oh, mommy's got a baby in her belly. But there's no kicking. The kicking that you used to feel is gone, right? There are so many horrible impacts from people trying to legislate their faith or their morality instead of leaving it between the woman, her family, and their physician. That's the thing, is that it hasn't done anything. There's been no quote unquote lives saved. That hasn't happened. The number of ABs in this country rose a tiny bit. It has not decreased at all. The only thing that's happened is harm to families and to women. That's all that's happened.
Unfortunately, the majority of ABs are done in the name of birth control.
No, they're not.
And these the statistics are.
No, ma'am. No,
Yes.
show me, because you will not find a single one that says that, Bertie. That's not true. I literally know for a fact. Oh, she left. Sorry, I was waiting on her to get her source. Just so that we know, the majority of people that get ABs are, yeah, she did that last time too, guys, but, she's in the queue. Okay. She's back. Maybe she just got booted for some reason. Hey, Bertie, I thought you were going to get a source, and then I looked up and you were gone.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
And I heard everything. So
Yeah.
I didn't.
I thought you left like last time.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I got really upset last time. I tried not to be that upset this time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 51%, by the way.
What's the source?
Hold on. I hope I don't drop again. It's ridiculous. I just try to go get a source and I drop. Patients in the court. Hold on. It's AI overview. I'm trying to look for the source of it. And I just don't want to drop again. I'm scrolling, but I'm not in there. So anyway. So I heard everything you said. The point is, circumstances for people that happen, there's two ways that you can react, or several ways you could react. I think a lot of our problem as people are the fact of how we react to what happens. When my ectopic pregnancy was, it was devastating, but again, I leaned on my faith, and it wasn't as, I don't want to say it wasn't as bad, because it's bad. Her experience was bad. I'm not trying to say it's not bad, but I just didn't, my reaction to it, I felt strong. I felt encouraged. I felt in my faith.
But that's my thing, Bertie. It was your choice. So
I understand that.
Yeah. And so this is what we're talking about, is we are talking about you allowing other people to make their decisions based on their faith, not yours, but what they feel in their faith. And yours is not the same as theirs. And I just want to show you my source.
And how do we do that?
Hold on.
How do we come to...
Hold on. I'm going to share it with you. But first, let me just do this. So this is from the National Library of Medicine. This is from a study that was published. It was available in the PubMed Central in 2025. It was done in 2023. And it is the reasons for past abortions among women in treatment, right? And I'll show you. The majority, 77%, report multiple reasons, right? The most common reason is for having is because what? Finances. That's the
That's
majority.
ridiculous.
No, that is.
To me.
And I'll show
I
you.
know, but that's ridiculous.
Even this AI interview. Well, Bertie, maybe you've never been really poor, but
I have been.
okay, hold on. Let me just finish. So again,
We had no food in the house growing up, okay?
Hold on, Bertie, let me finish, okay? Nowhere in here does it say birth control is a key factor in using AB. And what I can absolutely tell you is, as someone who worked with women who were in these situations, I only ran into one woman ever who had a very flippant attitude about what she was going through. The rest of them were just horrible situations. I will never forget the woman who was in tears because she has cancer and is going through chemo, didn't even think that she could get pregnant, had a kid at home. And the decision was, if she were to carry, she could no longer do chemo, which means she would die, which means she would leave both of her children without a mother, or whether she needed to come and have the AB, right? People in this country don't use AB as birth control because the average AB is $700 in this country. And that's not including traveling. That's not including time off work. That's not including recovery. That's not including the hotel room, depending upon how far away you are from where you need to go to get one. That nobody has a grand just laying around to use as birth control. Like, it's just not something that happens. And so
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Instead of, besides grape, I don't believe, and we can't even get into that on my end because I don't even, never mind. There really is no other reason. That reason for not having the money is even more sad to me than the reason that I said that they use it for birth control. That is so sad to me because there are so much resources out there. And someone in the chat said, oh, would you want your children to go through what you went through? You know what? I have a lot of love in my house. And I know love doesn't put food on the table, but I'm telling you again, it's how I grew up. It's your reaction to things and how your life turns out.
But Bertie, life doesn't turn out the same for everybody. The point is that this is the part that I'm trying to get you to try on, is you are judging something for everyone else based on your singular experience. You're not considering the lens of anyone else's experience. And you can't write legislation that way. You cannot write laws from one person's singular experience on an issue or one person's singular belief or faith. You can't do that. Your experience is not everybody else's.
On singular on the other end too.
No, we're not. No, absolutely not. What we're saying is, if you want to dig down in your faith and say the right thing is for me to carry this baby to term, and the right thing is for me to make my child and my family a burden on the tax system, then that's your choice. That's what we're saying, right? So, hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry, Bertie. I want to finish what I'm saying. So what we're saying is, if you are saying, no, I don't believe I should, I believe I absolutely, the right thing is for me to carry this baby to term. The right thing is for me to get EBT and SNAP and, do whatever, like that's the right thing. What we are saying is that's your choice. And as people in this country, we're fine with a system that supports you if that's your choice. We're fine with you getting food stamps. We're fine if you need housing assistance. We're fine if that's what you choose, right? We're also saying that if someone has a different situation and between them and their physician, they feel like a different choice is best for them, we are fine with that choice for them. And
Right
believe
there, that I want to just say something really quick before I lose it, because
Sure.
it'll go a little while before I could interject. The right there needs to be specific circumstances.
Well,
This
so
is crazy.
let's-
Why don't we have that?
Well, because we've never needed that. So I don't know if
But we
you've
do
ever,
need it.
well, let me ask you this. I don't know if you have ever fully read Roe v. Wade, right? But I have, right? And the beautiful thing about Roe v. Wade was they didn't just take into account gestation or privacy or the health of the mother. Like, it was a very comprehensive thing. But you said to me in the very beginning of this conversation was that it was your faith in God, and that is the reason why you feel.
To leave my own
Wait, I want to, but I do want to talk about.
Keeps saying.
But I do want to.
The chat keeps saying, you know, that's you. That's your individual account.
It is.
That's how you react. Well, you know what? So I'm trying to leave it out of it. And then someone else just said, oh, I bet she wants to defund social programs. Listen, then how could you want to defund social programs but want people to have babies?
But there are people that feel
that.
But Bertie, there are people that do feel that way. There are people that do feel that way. But here's the question that I want to ask you. So is it true that for you, Bertie, for you, that God, that it's your faith in God that makes you feel the way you feel about it?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know what? I don't want to apologize for it. But
no, I don't want you to.
My life is a testimony to it. Everything. I have been through the worst things and I've been through the best things. But you know what? He is always constant and there for me. I'm sorry, but everything always turns out to be good, even in the worst thing.
Okay, so follow me. I wanna go back to this thing right here, because it's God and it's your faith, right? That is the reason you feel the way you feel. And so this is I just have a couple of questions, because when we talk about faith in God, I always want to make sure that we're talking about the same beliefs, right? Because not everybody believes in the same God for the same thing. So I was raised Christian, and I was raised, in the South, like Southern Baptist, right? So the way that I was raised is that God is the giver of all life. Do you believe that all life comes from God?
Yes.
Okay. I was also raised that God is all knowing. Like he knows the beginning from the end. He knows what you're going to do before you do it. Like God is all knowing. Is that the same way that you believe about God?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And he can make you look really dumb.
Okay. So hold on.
Challenge that.
Okay. So I was also raised to believe that God is everywhere present. Like I'm omnipotent and I'm not omnipotent. That's all powerful. But I was raised to believe that he is everywhere present, omnipresent, and that he was also all powerful. Is that the same for your God? Do you believe that God is all powerful and everywhere present?
Yes.
Okay. So based on that, okay, because I was raised to believe all of those things as well. And so if those are the things that we believe about God, that would mean at the time that God gives a woman life in her womb, he knows if she's going to have an A-B or not. It means that he is present in the clinic when she has it done. And it means that he doesn't use his power to stop her choice of free will. So what I don't understand is why you think that you know better than God. If God knows that this is what that person.
I agree with God.
But hold on, Bertie.
I agree with him.
Let me.
One with him.
Can I finish?
I'm not choosing.
Can I finish saying this though? Here's my thing, Bertie. If God knows what she's going to do in advance, if God is there when she does it, and if God does not intervene and God allows her the free will of choice, why does anyone think that they know better than God what's best for her? How do you know that this experience isn't what she needs to make her seek God out? How do you know?
She knows.
No.
I don't need to know. She will make her own decision.
Which is why
and
she
that will
should
be
have the
between her and
choice.
God.
But that's the point. She can't make her own choice if you guys are making laws that prevent her from making her choice. She can't make her own choice if you all take her choice away. God doesn't take away her choice. God knows what she's going to choose. So if God doesn't take away her choice, why do men get to take it away? Why do human beings get to take away free will that God gave her?
Well, because it comes back to the science, the fact that it's a human life and it has sanctity.
People commit murder every day. People choose
wrong,
that
isn't
every
it?
day.
So
The Bible
let's
doesn't
do-
say,
let's do wrong.
but God doesn't say, God doesn't say you can only have free will when the people in government say you can. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says you have free will. That's what
Then
God
don't you think,
says.
obviously, that maybe God would have wanted her to have it despite of herself.
God already knows what she's going to do. We already established that if God is all knowing, he knows that she's not going to have it.
Okay, but listen, if there's laws, you don't tell me there's no way God can't get around those laws.
The point is that you don't
do not know God. I'm telling you.
Oh, I very much do know God, Birdie.
Okay,
very much
I'm not
so.
saying it in that way. What I'm saying is, if you don't believe that anything can happen, then God, you need. That's what God does. That's
So,
what the business
Birdie,
is.
the point is, I'm not asking about what God does. I'm asking about why you all think you know better than God. God said, I know her.
But didn't we say before, like, shouldn't there be exceptions to, like, for your reasons?
No.
Like, I don't think I should be getting everything I want.
I think that it's none of my business what you get. I think it's none of my business, Birdie, what you and your doctor do. And I think it's crazy that you all believe that people go to school to become OBGYNs for the purpose of helping women and having babies. And you believe that this is what a doctor just wants to do. It's crazy to me that you all just think that because they literally take and so this is my thing, Birdie. You're missing the point. The point.
Have a baby. Then.
I'm asking this question, Birdie, because I still haven't gotten an answer. If God is the giver of life, if God is all-knowing, if God is everywhere present, and God is everywhere powerful, and God did not put limits on free will, why do you believe that you should?
I think the majority decides what needs to happen. And
the majority doesn't know better than God.
You live in that society, and if you don't like that society or that state,
no,
then you need to.
Birdie, this wasn't about the majority of society. The majority of society supports free choice. Every poll that has ever been done supports free choice. No, it would. And the reason it is voted in is because of our elected officials. Literally right now, the majority of the country doesn't want us at war with Iran, but here we are. Literally, the majority of the country doesn't believe that we need ICE on our streets in all of our communities, and yet they're there. The country, the representation in this country doesn't always do what the majority of the country desires. That's not true. It's mankind. It's a flawed system.
I don't know. I think that's why we're. I think the majority does want ICE. I think the majority
Except they don't. It's literally the facts.
Yeah, we do.
No, they.
Do.
Okay, but Bertie, that's you. You can literally look up all of the stats from every, even Fox News polls shows no. Linda, I don't. Like literally every poll out there, conservative and liberal, shows the same thing. No, they don't. And the majority does believe. So do you understand that in Missouri, Bertie, they voted to put AB in the Constitution to protect the right to choice. And the Missouri legislature went to court to overrule the people's choice. The people voted for it on the ballot. And the state legislature went to court to overturn what the people voted on. And did it? That's not the point. The point is, you said we do what the majority of the people want. We did. No, we didn't. Because the majority of the people right now were fine with Roe v. Wade. And in many states, you can't even vote because I believe it's 24 states in the entire country don't even have the ability to put a referendum on the ballot. In 24 states in the entire country, citizens cannot put a referendum on the ballot. And you still haven't explained to me, Bertie, why you know better than God. Why do you believe she knows better? No, but why do you, if God did not limit her free will, why do you believe that law should be able to do that? That laws should be able to be in. You have to have laws. I didn't ask you about having laws. Country? No, what I asked Bertie was, I didn't say not having laws at all. This is not what I said. What I said is real simple, okay? If God knows what she's going to do before she does it, if God allows her to get pregnant anyway, if God is there when you can't say it. Let me tell you why really quick. You can't say that because if the law wasn't there, she would have went this way or that way. If the law's there, she would have went this way or that way. Like maybe the law was there so that it blocked her from having an AB. Maybe you can't. That's the point. That's what I'm saying to you is why does the law get to take away her free will when God gave it to her? If God gave her free will, this is not the way the law works. God gives us free will. And what the law does is the law makes us account for the choices that we make. So that is why we don't have laws, right, that take away your ability to go out so that you don't commit a crime. The law is if you go out and you commit a crime, then you get punished for the crime that you commit. But we don't make laws that take away our freedom. God doesn't take away free will, and we don't make laws that take away our freedom. What we do say is if you make a choice and you exercise that freedom in a way that is harmful to someone else, then we punish you for that. But not until you do something that you choose to hurt someone that is out here that has rights, that's in the Constitution. We don't have that. And we do not make laws based on your religion. Don't you get it? We're protecting human. No, you're not. Don't let it happen. Bertie, if we were protecting human life, we would not have. Aside from grape, don't let it happen then. Bertie. Stop it. Everybody. Bertie. Enough. Bertie. If we were, if you don't live the way you should live and go in the order you should go, then deal with your freaking consequences. No, Bertie, that's not the way it works. A child is less important than a freaking animal. This country is not a country that cares about children. If this country cared about children, we would not have children that are homeless. If this country, I'm going to finish talking. If this country cared about children, we would not have Republican governors that are denying free lunches during the summer. We would not have state legislatures voting against free lunch. If this country cared.
Your cake and eat it too.
No, what I don't. What I want is what I want is the free will that God gave me. And what I want you to do is mind your business. I want the free will that God gave me, and I want you to mind your business. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I want the free will God gave me, and I want you to mind your business. Because contrary to what some people may believe, we don't need anyone to be our savior. Nobody needs you to save them from their life or their choices.
Some people do.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's the problem, is you think they do. All they need is God. They don't need you.
Right. That's what the problem is.
And they will find God on their own. They don't need it through Birdie.
Wow.
They don't need it through Birdie. Birdie is too busy judging them to show them God.
That's the problem. Okay, we got it. That's it. We have the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is human.
No, the problem is Christian nationalism.
That's where I'm telling you, we start to argue, because the problem, you see it as a problem, and I see it as a blessing. I see it as something that's worth something.
And it can be the blessing in your life, Birdie.
I don't see it like that.
And that's fine. You see it like you want to see it for you. You don't get to see it like you see it for everybody else. That's the point.
Science says.
That's the point, Birdie, is you get to see it the way that you see it. That's the point, Birdie.
This is the point. Listen, I don't want to argue with you. I said that the first thing because I think you're a very cool person. And we just really, really have a total difference of opinion. I could cry because I do believe in human life. I so much so that nothing gets in the way of it. And I'm sorry, but that is how I feel. Yeah, so.
Well, here's what I will tell you, Birdie. Do you know, I want to offer you this. Hold on, Birdie. I'm going to offer you, and it's in my link tree. I would love for you to go look at it. Do you know that the rate of infant mortality in this country has actually increased since Roe v. Wade was overturned? We are actually having more babies die after Roe v. Wade was overturned. We've had a 7%. Hold on, let me finish. We have had a 7% increase overall in infant mortality, and we have had a 10% increase in babies that are born with congenital deformities. So what's happening, Birdie, is because they are being forced to carry them to term when they can feel pain, when they can suffer. Those babies are living a day, 2 days, 3 weeks, and then they're dying because they were not going to be viable to start with.
Yeah, but then
you don't get to choose that. We've already said God gives life, Birdie.
No.
We've already said that.
That's a choice.
No, it's not.
That's a total
No,
choice.
it is not, Birdie.
A side of grape, and I don't want to get into it. It is a.
Oh my God.
Choose it. Do it or don't.
Again, like I'm saying, Birdie, that is not the way that it works.
Because 54% don't have these human lives because they don't have the money. Oh my.
Hold on 1 second. I have to open the door. I got you, sis. Bella. I got you. You're so silly. So, oh, I love it. That's an awesome painting. Go put it over there on the counter. What? Oh, yes. Okay. So y'all know that Bella thinks that y'all are her TikTok aunties and uncles. So hold on. Let me drop this down. She is, she did a paint. Y'all know art is her favorite thing. And so this is her painting that she did. So I don't know if you can see the little face that's on it, like it's a little jellyfish. So cute.
I learned not to
Here.
say what it is until I ask.
Oh yeah. Here. I love it. Put it over there. They said it's beautiful, Sissy. They're all commenting. So yeah, what baby?
Well, listen, you know what?
Yeah.
I really want to go because I don't like
Give me
what
one
the
second.
people are saying about me in the chat. It kind of hurts me. So
Yeah,
you know,
so that's why I told them to be respectful in the
I have
chat.
a very strong faith, and I believe what I believe in, and I just really pray for every single person could have a little touch of it, because it just is all I could do. I struggle really hard, but I really get through it with him. So,
And I hear you, but Bertie, what I'm saying, and I hear you. Like, this is my thing. So here's what I believe, Bertie, is that you have it seems, this is what it seems like on my end. Okay. It seems like you have difficulty seeing things from anybody else's lens, and it sounds, let me see. No, that's not yours. Put it back. And the way that it sounds when you talk, it sounds as if the way that you talk, it sounds like it comes from a very singular viewpoint with a lack of empathy, a lot of judgment, and a little bit of entitlement. It sounds, and I'm not saying that that's what you mean. I'm sharing with you the way that it comes across. It comes across as if, well, you just don't know. You literally said to me, you don't know God. Like, if you don't see it any other way, it's because you don't know God, and you don't know the relation. You don't have the relationship that I have with him. Yeah, baby. Yeah, over there or on the thing. No, I'm lying. Right here, sis. And so this is what I would offer, because I don't think that you mean.
I forgot I was in I'm sorry. I forgot I was in this kind of a room.
What kind of a room?
That's why they're like that. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
What kind of a room? Yeah. So, like, here's the thing, which is why I keep asking everyone to be respectful. If you're new here, one of the things that I ask is for people to be respectful. And I know that things can be triggering, folks. I know that they can be, but you all have to, like, listen. A lot of times you have to meet people where they are. And this is why not everybody can have the conversations. Y'all need to take a damn deep breath. All of y'all need to take a deep breath for a moment. So, okay, so Bertie, let me share with you the way that it comes across. Okay, is you can.
I got most of it.
No. Hold on. There's an important piece to it, Bertie. Is that you can minimize people's experience and people's trauma and people's struggles, right? You can minimize all of that. You can tell them that they just don't know God. You can say that it's the most horrible thing in the world for them to make the choices that they've made. You can sit in judgment of people and speak to them in such a way, whether you realize it or not, that is belittling and that comes off as condescending. And when people greet you back with a similar energy, right, then it's, oh, you guys are hurting me, but you have zero empathy for the hurt Like you literally said, oh, well, I'm sorry if that hurts you, but there should be this, this, and this, and this, right? You literally said we would have to figure out how to get over it, right?
Well, how else could I tell you how else could I tell you though what you're missing?
I don't need you to tell me what I'm missing. Bertie, this is my thing. You are making assumptions about me, and you know absolutely nothing about me. I probably know more Bible, Bertie, than you ever have. And I probably, hold on, let me finish. I have probably had a closer relationship with Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit than you could ever imagine. No, because Bertie, because I know the idea that you think you can judge. Listen, you can judge a lot of things, Bertie. What I haven't done for you, hold on. What I haven't done for you, what I haven't done to you is judge your salvation or your relationship with God. What I have judged is your fruit. What I have judged is your fruit. And those are two different things. No, it is not the same. Judging, no, ma'am, it is not. You literally opened your mouth, Bertie, and said, you don't know God. You have insulted me spiritually several times in this conversation. And I have overstepped it and I have overlooked it. I have overstepped it and overlooked it several times. Several times. But Bertie, I am telling you, as sure as I am sitting here good and holy and half-assed, I'm telling you, Bertie, whether you know it or not, you are being incredibly, incredibly condescending, as if you could ever judge my relationship with God. It's crazy.
I'm not.
You did.
By saying something I'm not saying. I hate when you do that.
Okay, well,
don't do that.
You hate when I tell you what you did.
I'm literally saying I'm not judging you.
But while you keep judging me.
Yes. Stop it. I'm not judging you.
You are.
I said what God says, right? And God says, I believe, God says, I think everyone does, about human life, how to protect it. You do not believe that. So
tell me where God says that you should make laws to take away free will to protect human rights. Because if we're going to talk about what God says feed the poor. God says feed the poor. Bertie, that's because you can't accept any feedback back. Nothing. Anything that is critical.
Non-stop. I muted myself the whole time. Don't say that.
Bertie, that doesn't mean you receive anything back. Being
How
on mute.
important you are. Do you not hear me when I say anything?
Yeah, I do.
Said how good you are, what you do. That's what.
I don't need you to placate me.
Well, I'm not placating you. What you just said, you just accused me of something, and I'm telling you that
because you did. You literally said, "I don't know God." You literally said you don't know God, and you literally said, "Oh, I think that I do, but I don't."
No, now you go back to that.
Because that's what we've been talking about this whole time.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
No, that's what you said, Bertie. That is what you said. It is 100% what you said.
Stop already.
Stop telling you what you said.
No, stop saying that. I don't believe that.
You don't believe what?
You don't hear me when I say things.
Okay, what did you say then?
You can't say you don't. You were saying that I was judging you. I'm not judging you. That's what I'm pissed off about.
Except you did judge me.
Oh my God. All right. Listen.
I mean, but Bertie, you did.
Now.
That's the thing. I sat here one time.
Where we want to go now.
Okay, but Bertie, so here's the question that I'm asking you. I have never one time said to you, Bertie, you don't know God, really. I have never
It's
said
what
to
you
you, I have never said, Bertie, if you knew God the way I know God, if you had experienced what I've experienced with God, you would do. I've never done that. I have heard what you said, and you
What
live
am I
about
supposed
God.
to say? How do you want to hear it?
No,
Like,
it's not
is
how
it
I
like
want to
you
hear
thought?
it. It's not how I want to
Like,
hear it.
how do you want to hear? I'm just kind of telling you how.
What I'm
I
telling you
listen.
is, here's
How
what I'm
I
telling you,
understand
Bertie,
it.
is
And
that
you can't accept that.
Bertie, what I'm sharing with you, what I am sharing with you is that it is not what I want to hear. I don't have a thing of that I want to hear from you. To be frank, like I literally said to you, people do not need you to save them. And you said, yes, they do. And I said, no, they don't.
No, I never heard you say that once. You never said I need people to save them. What are you talking about? You never even said that. You're putting words in everyone's mouth, even your own.
Did I say that or did I not?
No, you didn't.
Look at the comments. Yes, I did.
No.
Yeah, I did. And you said, yes, they do. And I
You
said,
need to
no,
save
they don't.
everyone. I don't need to save everyone. God does.
But my
I
point
don't.
is, and what I said, Bertie, is that they don't need you to get to
No,
God.
I know that.
God doesn't
I
need
know
you.
that. I know that.
Okay.
Silly.
Well,
Goofy.
no.
I know that, don't you?
But Bertie, that's what you said, though. You said some people do.
Stop it.
You did. You said some
Did
people
I
do.
say that?
Yes.
I'm not saying that. Oh my God. All right.
Bertie, you did.
listen,
You said
I
some
gotta
people
go.
do. And I said, no, they don't. And I said, that's the problem.
Well, maybe Bella needs you now. How about that?
Bertie, one of the things that it would be wise to never do is bring my grandchildren
What?
into a conversation that you or I are having.
I'm
That
just saying.
you don't have to fucking ever say. Let me
Okay.
just be real
All
clear,
right.
because that's a line too far. Then you might really fuck around and find out, Bertie. Then you might really fuck around and find out. Nah, the fuck you're not either.
Yes,
No, you're
I
not.
am.
Bertie, be clear. That is not a line you want to cross, ever. That is not a line you ever want to cross.
I hear you.
I hope so,
I'm
because
not
if you
even
don't,
being mean.
you
I'm
listen,
not. You gotta make something out of it.
have a
So
little
go
talk
ahead.
with Jesus, because
Go ahead.
Jesus will let you know.
Make something out of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, because there is
Listen,
something out of
I
it,
wanna
Bertie.
go.
There is something
Listen,
about it.
I
There
gotta
is something out of it.
No, because I don't want to watch you crash out.
I'm not crashing out, Bertie. I'm letting you know this is the fucking line in the sand. Yeah, this is not a crash out. This is me saying you don't want to bring in my grandbabies. You don't want to do that. And I hope you're still in here listening, Bertie, because your behavior on this panel is why people have no desire to be in your church and serve your God. Because of the way that you behave and the way that you represent your faith. It is you. You are the reason people are fleeing Christianity fast as they can. That would be you. Just so we know. And while I'm at it, let me just go ahead and I'm gonna give you this one. Bertie, I need you to go to Matthew chapter 7, verse 21. That's what I want you to do. Matthew chapter 7, verse 21. For those of you all who do not know that scripture, I'm going to give it to you. Y'all ready? Quote, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Matter of fact, Bertie, you can go all the way from 21 to 23. 21 to 23, because then it goes on to say, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? In your name drive out demons, in your name perform many miracles. And then I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Away from me, evil doers. That's what you can do for me today. So, yeah. Oh, that is Matthew chapter 7, verses 21 through 23. I love the beginning of that chapter. If you want to do verses 1 through about 3 or 4, I love those, because what it says, and I'm just going to paraphrase a little bit, it says, judge not lest ye be judged, right? That's what it says. So it doesn't say don't judge people. It says don't judge people unless you are prepared to be judged. That's what it says. It says you worried about the little piece of dust in somebody else's eye while you ignore the big ass plank in your own. And then when somebody wants to point out the mote in your own, you got a damn issue. It says, for the measure by which you judge other people is the measure you will be judged by. So what you wanted to do was sit up in here and judge a bunch of people. But when people judged your ass back, then all of a sudden it was hurtful. Only want to worry about your hurt, but nobody else's. Everybody else's hurt is your judgment, is yours to judge. But your hurt, everyone else is supposed to just buckle down and, oh, poor birdie. And listen, I was so good, y'all. I was so good until she got Bella's name out of her mouth. And then that's the time that I'm so grateful, number one, for the fucking internet, which is distance. And two is me not being who I was at one point in time. Because that will get you got. Yeah. I'm just going to tell y'all, like, real talk, folks. You can say damn near anything you ever want to say about me. And there are people who come in here and who do it all the time, and I give zero fucks. Fuck around with them grandbabies, though. Y'all don't understand. Listen, I would do time and know my commissary would be fucking full. I need you to understand, when it comes to them, yeah, all day. So, yeah. We don't fuck around with people's kids. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. I don't talk about Baron either. I don't talk about anybody's kids. I don't talk about Baron. I don't talk about anybody's kids, because to me, kids are off limits. It don't matter how much I do or don't like your ass. Kids are off limits. Do I have water? A little bit. If y'all notice, I don't even say anything about, but he's still, so I would never attack Barron based on Trump. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that. To me, they're just things like I just don't do it. If y'all notice, I don't even talk about RFK Jr.'s voice because it's a medical condition. I think he's a piece of shit as a person, but I'm still not going to make fun of his medical condition because I just don't get down like that. I will talk about your horrible policies and ideas and the lack of fucking like expertise you have, but I'm not going to mock your voice. You know what I mean? So, yeah. No, she left, Kat. I didn't boot her. She left. Hey. Okay, girl. Mila took off. She's going to the bathroom. Anyway. So I might lose some people here, but I'm just going to tell y'all, like, for real. Okay. I believe that organized religion and Christians like Birdie are the reason more and more people are leaving that religion. People don't want to belong to churches where your pastors ride around in fucking multi-million-dollar planes and they have cars that are worth $300,000 while their congregation is barely making ends meet, and you want to ask them for your tithes and offering. People are tired of hearing about prosperity gospel, but it ain't never trickling down. Prosperity gospel is like Reaganomics. Prosperity gospel is like Reaganomics. The pastor be rich as fuck, but it don't trickle down. People are tired of it. People want a world that actually works with them and for them and that cares about them and that sees them as human beings that have value. And the value isn't determined on whether or not you can have children, how much money you make, what position you have, what corporation you work for. Like, people just want to know that they are valuable in and of themselves because they exist. People do not want to be demeaned anymore by what they do or don't have. People no longer want to keep up with the Joneses. Women don't all want husbands. And we know that we are valuable even without them. And it's not because we don't have one that will choose us. It's because we don't desire to be chosen. We are choosing ourselves. I'm going to say that again. Women aren't single today because men won't choose us. We are single because we are choosing ourselves. Because we have now learned that until somebody can love us the way we love ourselves, we don't need it. We don't need it. Women have figured out how to love themselves and love themselves well. And the more they master that, the more they are unwilling to settle for anything less. This idea that we need a husband and people need to be trad wives and people need to be this and people need to be that. Nobody's buying it anymore. All of the things that you tied into Christianity to make people believe that they needed to be submissive and they need to be subjugated to, and all of that, people aren't buying it anymore. You want to know what one of the reasons why? You know what always amazes me about that, when people want to bring up the scripture about being submissive. Do y'all know how many times it says, wives, be submissive to your husbands? Do you know what it says before that, though? Do y'all know what it says in that same chapter before it says, wives, be submissive to your husbands? Do you know what it says? It says, husbands, love thy wives like Christ loved the church. It says, husbands, love thy wives like Christ loved the church. Because here's a hint. If you actually loved a woman the way Christ loved the body, the church, then you don't have to ask a woman to be submissive because you'll be loving the right way and leading. But it actually says, men, love your wives like Christ loved the church, I believe 3 or 4 times in that same chapter. So if you are not loving her, if you ain't hopped your ass up on no cross in a long ass time, don't expect submissiveness because you haven't fulfilled your end of the deal. Y'all be wanting something for nothing. Ain't nobody got time for that. Come on, Mila. I see you, baby. You coming to give me my hug? Love you. So, yeah. Hey, Michael. Betty fuck around and have me preaching again up in here. Hey, Mimi, will you get Tutu some water, please? In here? Yeah, I gotta. Do I have hives? Do I have red splotches on my chest, y'all? Do I? Do I have red splotches? Yeah. Listen. Oh, I got you, baby. Because I'm gonna tell you now, when that shit happens, that's when I'm like, listen, the hives is how you know. Because Jesus. Y'all saw my whole face change, didn't you? So let me tell you what you're not gonna do. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, listen, and it takes a lot. It's pretty much, that is probably about the only thing that will get me. If I had on shoes or earrings, they would have come out. They would have come off. Okay, so listen, yeah, for real. Yeah. Yeah. I have to. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe Bella needs. You know what you might need? You know what you might need? That was literally my first reaction. I don't even need to pull my hair back. Since I got on a ball cap already, I'm fucking good. Whew, Lord. It's okay. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, that's why I said I'm glad this shit was on the internet. Literally. Yeah. I mean, appreciate it, Young. Let me just, right, mount up. Tube. What's crazy is that, right, look, we got bail money and commissary. We're going to be all right. Avengers assemble. Hell yeah. Yeah, my birthday is soon. I'm a Taurus all day. My birthday's in May, about 6 weeks or so. Meet me outside. Nook, if you book. Nook, if you book. Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah. Right, Amy, right? Yeah, they are insane. Um, hey Raja. Um, yeah. What a day, right? Uh oh, on the cusp of Aries. Yeah, baby.
Look at this right here. Can read the unicorn part.
Okay, you marked the page so we could read the unicorn part of the book.
Yeah. Let us read the mermaid part by myself.
You read the mermaid part by yourself? I love it. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. The 12th. I'm the 12th, Cat. I'm the 12th. So, like, I'm straight up Taurus. I'm straight in the middle. Yeah. I think we talked about this the other day. I am Taurus. My sun sign is Taurus. My rising sign is Aries. And my sun sign is Virgo. Yeah, Rylene, that's me. Yeah, we are. Oh, Lord. Yeah, right, sunflower. Mm-hmm. So, a great app is Time Passages. It's one that doesn't have like a ton of fees and stuff associated with. And all you need to know is like your date of birth, where you were born, and what time of day you were born. Yeah, that is a whole lot of fuck around and find out, ain't it? Blink the thing said, oh, that's a whole fuck around and find out astrology. It is. Sun sign Taurus, rising sign Aries, and Virgo is my moon sign. Yep. I see all the Taurians in here. Oh, I love that, Conchita. Yeah, we do. We are cool until we're not. And that's the thing too. It's like it takes me a long time, but like once I get there, it's a it's a it's a wrap. Yeah, it's not good. I've done a lot to do my work. I've done a whole lot. But holy geez. Yeah, she took me back for a minute there. Yeah. Yeah, she did. I know. She did. But anyway, all right. So let me tell you what we're going to do. Yeah, listen, I got Palo Santo and I got Sage. Listen, I got my little grounding stone over here. Oh, I'm actually gonna go. I got some stuff. I reorganized the living room and stuff yesterday, and I have a new rug coming for the balcony for after we moved. It comes, I think, Wednesday. And then I'm really excited because I got like this. It's like netting, but it's made from, what am I trying to say? It's made from like, the thin steel, right? It's a balcony rug. And honestly, I didn't get anything fancy because I love to take the girls out there, and that's where they get to play with their kinetic sand and their sensory tables and stuff. Rescue Squad, Sandy and Laronica have put all that together. So Sandy is who you need to ask about the Project for the People merch. But so what I got, yeah, it's like a mesh, but it's made out of metal, right? And so it's a netting. And so I'm excited though, because I get to cut it to fit. And yeah, maybe that's why I got them. They have 2 of them, but it's coming on Wednesday. So I'm going to get to put it up outside on the balcony. So Titan will get to go outside, which I'm really excited about that. Don't make me lie, Grand Diva. I don't know about this. I don't know what kind of shirts they know. I don't know. But I'll show you guys. Hold on 1 second. Appreciate you, Cat Songbird. So listen, y'all hold on. All right. So it's almost five hours that I've been on here today. I didn't intend to be on that long. And I do need to eat, and things. And then, all of that. So I will be live again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard